those that are watching from the beginning, this isn't actually going to run a half hour before we start. I just don't have a 15-minute timer put in place yet. And we had guests over. I needed to go say hi. I needed to spend some time in the physical area with my friends. Also, I picked up a new microphone, so our audio may be a little bit wonky. Not entirely sure how the levels are going to look just yet, but as far as I can tell, I'm not any quieter on this end. Let's double check on mic input. Okay, I'm not peaking like I was. I might actually need to boost this a little further. Let's see what turning this does. Nah, it's about the same. My only hope is that's not too loud and not too quiet. I hope you folks enjoy, and I hope that the audio is just a little bit softer, a little bit more sultry, a little bit smoother. Let's turn that saxophone into a bit more of a clarinet, right? Less chunk, more smooth. I just made udon, and I don't think I'm going to get to eat this anytime soon. Although there are so many explosions outside the house right now. Let's see how many people notice that countdown timer. Oh, we lost half the people. Okay, that also works. Hello to the dedicated. It's good to see you. All right, so while I'm sitting here watching myself do crazy things, I'm gonna kind of go over some of the stuff I've been working on. I've been trying to get a schedule put together, and I've been going a little crazy uh, trying to focus on that because I'm having troublesome work-life balance in being able to remain present and grounded and exist in this household with the people that I love while also making content and making stuff for said content. Uh, I want to make certain that I'm putting forward my best foot in both these fields because it's not easy. I find myself diving into work and doing nothing but work a lot of the time in most jobs that I do, and I'm trying to make certain that with this whole freelance gig as a housewife streamer, um, that I'm giving myself time for myself. 5-minute breaks every hour isn't exactly a whole lot. You can't take sick days and stuff. So yeah, we've been working on figuring out some scheduling stuff, and right now it's looking like, and for those that have already been watching for a minute, we're going to be doing kind of the same Monday through Friday deal. Hey there, LT. How's it going? Happy 4th to those that live on Great Turtle Island with all the explodey things. And for those that don't celebrate, happy Tuesday. Maybe you can get some good tacos. And um, right now, I think my idea is that I want to make it so that on Mondays and Wednesdays we're doing our big game idea. So for right now, that's gonna be Diablo 4, but we'll probably swap that out from time to time, especially once we finish the main storyline part of Diablo 4. We'll see about having something else for the story time slot, whether it be something like Sunless Sea or completing a story that we've started in something else like maybe Front Mission. But I want to do more collab stuff. I really enjoy getting to work with others. I like making art together. I think it's an absolute blast. And so I'm setting aside my Thursdays for that as a dedicated mark. And that's not to say that that's going to be the only day, but it's going to be the one that I have set aside in case anybody else has like an internal block for, oh, I don't want to interrupt. And it's like, no, there's a time slot right there for you. Get your ass in here. Also, apologies for the swearing. I'm going to be a little unhinged with the explosions around me. I'm not sure how many folks here are familiar with the background that I've got, but I've been around a few too many explosions throughout my life, and some of them have caused some permanent lasting damage. Yeah, the fireworks are really loud right now. So if you hear what sounds like gunfire, worry not. I'm, as far as I know, safe. I think. But there's a part of my brain that's telling me I am not. So with that, I'm also trying to make certain that I've got spots for doing our community vote variety gaming, which we've been pretty consistent about having that on Tuesdays. And I also want to have more time and space for that, so Fridays, maybe. But I also want to make certain that we have dedicated time for roguelikes, dedicated time for VR gaming, which I think I'm going to keep doing some of the split shift stuff that I was kind of trialing for Fridays. I'm not sure how much that's going to stay, or if we're just going to end up having a full-length stream that isn't actually broken in half. It's going to be dependent on how network stability ends up here. You know what? I've been thinking because I'm about to actually supposedly get my first ever paycheck from Twitch, which is a really wild thing for me to think of. And I've been trying to figure out what to do with that. I finally know. I'm going to need to get a new tri-band router. Like, that's been a thing that's been affecting the stream this entire time. And that will allow me to stream my VR stuff from inside my current streaming space as well as outside if I'm able to do network meshing. And that's kind of the point. But we'll see how that works. I'm not certain how pricey that's going to be, or if it's within my range, or whatever else. But it's it's one of those things that's going to be just a stream expense on here. That and like trying to find an iPhone model with ARKit compatibility so that I can actually get full tracking. But that's all. I don't know. Right now, it feels like a pipe dream. Everything feels really surreal still. I've got the attention of 150 people, and I have no idea what I'm doing, but I'm really glad that you all come here and say hi and enjoy the weirdness on screen. Um, let's take a look here. It looks like we have a whole bunch of votes for Deep Dungeons of Doom tonight. Oh, interesting. Looks like that's going to be the one that we start on, and I'm not sure. Have I played Deep Dungeons of Doom on stream before? Because I know that I've got a running campaign on there, and I can just play through the story anyways, because that's kind of the point of the game, is that you have to grind a little bit, so it's all gonna pay off, and nobody needs to miss out on anything. But if we've already done the first few quests, I can skip ahead a little bit. What was I going to say? Oh, casting call. For those that are interested in helping me out, I am in need of assistance in getting some more stuff like this intro reel taken. We did over an hour of content that I was going to be chopping up and splicing into these fun little vignettes that were going to be part of the stream intro reel, some of our subscription and follower alerts, that kind of deal. I'm glad. I'm really glad that you enjoy it. I need more. I need to get the rest of the content that I filmed and messed up. Because if you look closely, about halfway through this video, you start seeing a mouse cursor right in the middle of my forehead, and it's because somebody else came into the room and I had to change my audio settings in Discord. And so I left the mouse cursor in the middle of the screen where the button is to turn off my mic, so that the quest was the only one that was recording, and therefore wouldn't go into the VOD for the recording. And it's just there. It never went away. I was thinking that VR chat wouldn't actually put the cursor there. Don't point it out, you'll never see it. I doubt it. I sincerely doubt it. I'm pretty sure that the second Don't worry about it, because like a lot of this is temporary. This is really short-term editing on my part. I'm usually not quite so frantic about it, but I wanted to kind of get a set of slices of ideas for what I'm going to want. And I like some of the effects that were available in the clip editing software that I found. If people have more recommendations for other like options out there, please point them out to me, because I'd love to mess with more. I really like seeing not just like rainbow and not just chromatic aberration, but having like the scrolling is really silly and fun to me. It works great for how bouncy I am. And also, if we do get new followers, there's now a 20% chance you'll actually get to see one of the first new custom alerts that I've made that isn't just an image from my emotes. So maybe we'll see that sometime soon. At the current rate of growth, probably. It's nice to see new people dropping in. I am watching the sparks and flashes outside as I'm hanging out here, and we had a rainstorm that was so intense, like so quickly. Hey there, Baconator! Alerts suffer? Why suffer? I like my alerts. But yeah, the rain was coming down so intensely sideways that it felt like when I walked out the door, somebody just pointed a hose at me, but it was my entire body all at once. Hi, hi. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, VC face, what are you doing? Don't do that. Go away. Let's see here. Casual goth waifu. Move that. Move that. Move that. Go over here. Go over here. This button. And this button. Wait. Oh, that's weird. Overlaying myself with myself. I've never actually thought to do that. At some point I'm gonna actually have to mess around with that because, ideas. So many ideas. Let's see. Let's get this countdown timer out of the way. So Deep Dungeons of Doom, a rhythm-based game that I happen to really like, but haven't had a whole lot of time to dedicate to it. It's got its own funky music too, so that'll be fun. Let's see here. Do I already have this one set up? I'm wondering how many people think this is Darkest Dungeon. Like they saw the title and went, "Oh, Darkest Dungeon," because that's not what this is. Are you awake? Don't have alerts? Oh, I see. Wow, that is loud. Let's get audio control up here real quick. My apologies. DDD. How about now? That's better, but let's go a little lower. Cool. I don't feel like yelling over my game. Move that and double check that we are actually good to go here. No. Thank you, Twitch. Really appreciate that one. Wait, are we like lag spiking? What is... Hello? Computer? Wacky double screen. Oh, whoa. What an issue. Okay, let's see. OBS, what have we done? Wait, how? Oh, okay. Mode. Capture specific window. Yeah, okay. Hilariously enough, that was supposedly Minecraft. Like, I don't even have Minecraft launched. That was just doing its own thing. I am seeing, though, that I'm having... Is it Firefox that's doing this? One moment. Let me unstack the house of cards real quick, and we'll put it back together real quick. Bup, bup, bup. Bup, bup, bup. Let's see. Oh yeah, I think that was Discord eating me. Cool. Yeah, looks like we're live again. Alright. What the heck am I doing? Infested sewers. Cleared and secrets found. Oh, right. I found a weird way to, like, grind in this. Alright. Well, we'll start out just to get back to the rhythm of this and relearning how to play. For your first test, the King's Guards have discovered that a demon called Pitch Black has nested in the castle sewers. It is said that this demon is responsible for the deaths of thousands, and worryingly, all who have faced it in combat have been torn apart. The king requests that you demonstrate your valor, seek out and slay this beast, save the castle from a terrible doom, and prove his faith in you is not misplaced. I see. There's a combo system. I can help you. What do you require? A blessing. Here's my blessing. Thank you. Okay, higher agility, more attack, more health would be good. Let's just keep going with more agility. What do we get here? A potion. Looks and smells tasty. Alright. Oh, hey. Alright. responsible for the deaths of many. Okay, kind of getting the sense of how to play this again. It is. It's a nice little rhythm game. Your agility defines how often you get to attack, and combat. Ooh. Combat is dependent on your ability to like block at the right time and attack. If you attack when the enemy's attacking, you can get a crit, but like it's a gamble on whether or not you're going to take damage when that happens. And so, after some effort, Pitch Black is defeated. The king, in a display of gratitude, offers a feast in your honor. But while you would have liked rest, there are more pressing matters to attend to. Okay. A creepy place even before the invasion. Ah, finally, a friendly place to rest. Excuse me, brother. Could you please inform your, brother? Hello? Oh, bugger. Let's increase. Oh, also, your stat increases from level to level do not remain. So that's the roguelite element of this game, where each time you play through a session, you re-level the characters to define like whether they're going to get more attack or health and so on, because the number of enemies you kill and the variety of them also changes with each delve as you go into these different chapters. As you can see, I've already done a lot of the chapters, but I'm trying to go through the baseline initial story because it is fairly quick once you have as much as I do unlocked. We got a helmet, a common iron helm. +1 max health, +10 resistance to all. Okay. Small health potion. Thank you. My flock has become corrupted. I would trade it if I could, but for now, what do you seek? Oh, I shouldn't have drank that health potion. Sure, my child. Oh, I drank the other potion as well. I didn't mean to. Oh, taking damage. Interesting. Taking damage breaks combo, and you can actually gain more health by, or not health, but experience by not breaking combo. That's something I was familiar with. Alright, let's increase our attack damage. We got another helmet, another common iron helm. Same stats, moving on. You feel a chill down your spine. You feel you shouldn't have done that. Boon given by the gods from the creepy shrine. +2 attack, -1 max magic, -2 max health, +1 agility. Alright. So our agility is terrible now, but our attack is super high. Not bad. Do you want to know more about the altars? Altars are where you exchange gold for enhancements. There are 3 altars, so don't spend all you've got in one place. Buy a potion, it's just 60 gold. Hey. Buy a potion, it's just 30 gold. I don't need either of these. Oh no. Okay. At least I managed to dodge the petrification. You can wait here for your wounds to soothe. It is time to meet your fate. +1 max magic. More info. Oh, whoa! I never actually seen these stats before. That's new. Hello! Okay. All right. Not bad. Okay. Die, foul beast! Wait! Don't hurt me! I'm no demon! Not sure, you look pretty evil to me. I can make your way through wild, if you spare me. Cut the crap, I won't be fooled by your dirty tricks, demon. No, really! You need me! I know stuff. As he speaks, you realize this poor sinner does have valuable information about a dungeon. A deep dungeon, where all the foul evil that stalks the land issues from. And despite all your heavy praying, fasting, and emphatic requests to be left alone, the sinner decides to join you, claiming that he is the only one who can get you inside the deepest dungeon of doom. These enemies are getting wacky. We got some gold. Hero sword. Oh, that reminds me. Stash. So my inventory stays, but my stats don't. Oh, there it is. Okay. Airvid's Dirk. Yeah, I have some very overwhelmingly I found the vampire killer. I don't even remember how I was getting the vampire killer, but I figured out a way to make it duplicate, and it made every run afterwards feel really silly. And I realized that there's like a whole separate oh, I know how to get it again. Okay. There's like a whole separate way to play this game where instead of like running the roguelike based on whatever you found, it's whatever you stacked. And it really does change like how you approach any given combat situation. We also have a hero sword and 11 hearts. A very interesting thing to have. Actually, nah. Okay, so that was that one. What do we have here? A shop that sells these things. Ooh. That'd be nice. Hey. That's pretty nice. That would allow me to ignore a lot of incoming damage. Let's look at... Oh, that's not it. Is it... Wait, what? Question, are those all the same? They are, okay. I think? Yeah. Go down gambling. Everything dies. Oh, I have money to unlock these things. Woo! Dead Souls, 7% chance to evade, -1/2 health per floor. That's rough. Plus half attack, plus poison resist. I do like the idea of dodging around the arena. I'll have to keep finding health, but let's try this one out. Chance to evade, max health down, see enemies' health. Chance to evade, +1 to agility. Plus the chance to evade, magical torrent, miracle heal, plus agility, plus crit chance. Alright, so we're gonna have to get pretty far to upgrade this one any further. But I kind of stopped playing as the thief at one point because I switched almost entirely to the sorceress. The witch, I think is what she's called. Mountain Graveyard. Does not seem to be a good place to build a graveyard. You know, you're right.
The mercenary leads the group uphill as you search for the path to the altar of the dead god. The legend says, he who passes through the gate alive shall meet with the dead. That and something about a giant invincible undead warrior who guards the gates. Having come this far, there's nothing else for it but to continue on, despite the very bad feelings you are now having. Let's increase that attack a bit. The Swan craves for blood. Dracula's Wand. Pay 5 magic, gain 2 health, deals 4 damage to an opponent. Nice. I don't think I have enough mana to cast it though. Dang, that thing has really high defense. Okay. More attack. More stabbies. Woo! Barely blocked that in time. Ow! Okay. What did we find? Magic potion, bitter taste. Still can't use this. Small health. Very good. Ooh. This was hidden in the darkness. You feel the darkness in you. +1 agility, -1 max health. Even more fast. Having high agility allows you to attack and evade in the same round. Magic potion, bitter taste. I just outright dodged that. I'm glad, because I've missed both those blocks. Alright. This time, we want magic. Now what's the total mana cost on this? 5 magic. Max magic is currently 6. So I can cast this to heal. Are you feeling lucky? Wand of Bargain. Pay 2 magic, lose 5 health, gain up to 13 health. What? Much lower, deals no damage. No, I would like to have Wand of Dracula. I bite you with wand. What is this? Mysterious wand used by vampires. Vampiric wand. Pay 3 magic, gain 1 health, deals 2 normal damage. So Wand of Dracula is a much stronger version. Interesting. Ow. If I don't get healing soon, I'm gonna be kinda SOL. Woo! Okay. Medium health potion. Yeah, I'll take it. Wait, did that destroy my staff? Oh no! I hope I get another Dracula's wand then. Oh, we definitely need more agility on this character, that's for certain. Oh, what's this? It still pulses lightly. Vampire Heart. Pay 1 magic, gain 1 health. Womp. Ow. You can wait here for your wounds to soothe. It is time to meet your fate. +1 max magic. Frostbitten the graveyard. Ow! Ow! Ah, okay. I have to hit him while he's reloading. The altar of the dead gods appears from the cold night. Something tells you this isn't likely to end well. So we've gone down the southern path. Let's look at our... Whoa! Adventure stash. Bam, 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 bam. So if you don't eat all of the hearts, then you get to keep more. Interesting. What do they got in the shops right now? You're a smug-looking fellow. New equipment. Fox's pelt. +2 magic per floor. That's a neat one. Conqueror's Helm. +2 attack and agility and physical resistance. This sounds nice. Pay 2 magic, gain 2 health. It's not bad. We'll continue and hope that we find something tasty. Okay, so heading on. The Lakeside Prison. Home to the most degenerate criminals of the kingdom. Word has reached of you of foul deeds occurring in the east, and with little else to go on, you decide it best to investigate for yourself. However, while seeking a way to cross the river, you discover that the ferryman has been kidnapped by demons who have taken over the Lakeside Prison. No fan of water, you figured the best way east is to fight your way to the ferryman and enlist his aid. Get ready to die, mercenary! Oh, hey! Wow, our stats feel really high for no reason here. A common iron helm. Same as before. Meet me at the end of the dungeon. I've got this heart. Let me show you the way. Okay. The statue's crying blood. You feel better now. +2 max health. She does magic damage. Huh. Okay. Very nice. Do you want to know more about attacking? Sure, for those that don't know. You can cause extra damage if you hit an enemy while they're attacking. But be careful, the same thing may happen to you too. You can wait here for your wounds soon. Welcome back, Nyan Gosling. It is time to meet your fate. Calm the lake beast. Ow. I have been bitten by a large snake. So, I'm trying to remember, and I can't quite remember. But I think I'm supposed to just sit here and block and dodge every incoming attack from Crom, instead of actually trying to kill it. And that's the secret, is that it just takes a minute. But I don't remember. I legitimately don't. Come on, Crom. Also, I love the music in this. It's so good. It's very simplistic. It reminds me of the original music from like id Entertainment. How many cycles do I have to go through? Oh, I got nipped. Alright, well, we'll see if it's a combat thing or a waiting thing, I suppose. Dungeon cleared. Obtain the vampire killer. Okay, so it is just a kill it thing. Grateful for the rescue, the ferryman takes you to an unknown house in the middle of the lake. There you find some equipment he claims you are going to need, especially if you're planning to face more vampires on your way. I want to say this music is actually unique to this too, like this specific secret. Alright, so let's check our stash. That puts another one there. Oh, I only get the one. Well, let's take a closer look at that. See enemy's health, +2 attack, +2 miracle heal, +2 health per floor. Yeah, I'll be fine with that. I don't need the armor and I don't need the vampire hearts while I have the vampire killer. Okay, so we sailed from the boat. Shall we go east or shall we go north? Let's go north. I have cleared this, but I haven't got the secret for it yet. The northern tribes live here along with the bears. Hack and slash! Seeking the knowledge of the gods, you are led to an old man who claims to be a retired priest. After hours, the old man spouting gibberish and nonsense, he tells you that he conducted services on the ancient altar of the frozen gods beneath the icy caves, until a monstrous strange bear took his daughter prisoner. Sir, I don't like to sound like a storm crow, but your daughter is probably... Please, I'm not strong enough to save her myself. You are our only hope. Rest assured that we'll find your daughter and slay this beast. And there's this altar thing. I say we go and check it out. What if I attacked so fast nothing ever got to fight back? Scene looks like a giant rabbit. Do you know you can do amazing things when holding the attack button? No? Crusaders gain health, witches recover mana, and mercenaries do extra damage. Wait, I can charge up my attack? Oh, it's not worth it though for the attack speed reduction. I guess if I were doing like a heavy crit, heavy hitter build. But this agility is like out of control. You hear the sound of a hammer. Forging shrine. The equipment you carry is now quenched. Buffed from wielding enchanted vampire killer plus 4 attack. Huh. Nice. Okay. Yeah, this weapon just is really silly. Let's increase our max health, because I'm a little worried, to be honest. Are you fine, mate? Get a potion for 50 gold. 50 gold? Key. I do need it. Yeah. Get a potion. Ah, bigger potion. Well, can't afford it, so goodbye. Whoa. You're spooky. Oh, I guess it was just a mana potion. You can wait here for your wounds to soothe. It is time to meet your fate. +1 max magic. This bear bought the golem bear. What? What? I just got shot by a bear. That was a strange bear. The witch was correct. After slaying the cool beast, you find patches of dried blood. It is clear your rescue attempt has arrived too late. Despite the failures to save his daughter, the old man still takes you to the altar of the frozen gods. Which would be this altar, I suppose. Oh, which unlocks the 3rd tier of stuff that I can... I see. It's not honor, and it's... Well, let's just click on the altar. Okay, yeah, those are the 3 altars. I get it now. So I'm supposed to go there with something else, some other unique item that does a thing there, and I don't know what that is, and that's part of like the unlocking secrets in this game is you have to like go in with certain equipment, and that's how we got the vampire killer. But like, I don't know what the next secret there is. Witch's hideout. No one ever came back from there and to tell us how it is. Okay. The shack seems abandoned. This shack seems abandoned. We should turn around. This is my home.
Baby, it's been so long.
Unsweet. We know, dear. We want to face the devil himself with this holy man. The devil? And we have just the recipe which will make you right up to the challenge. You wouldn't happen to have some dead man's blood, would you? Mercenary. You mean this? Oh, sweetie, give it to me. The time has come. My dark prince. Uvetis, kai nos male decept, deceptmus, aeta, kai nos aurea fugisi, arum nobis unxit. Uh-oh. Whoa, they're young again. Wait, they're real witches? Now the only ingredient missing is a piece of your soul. Mana potion? Don't know what I'll do with it, but it's there. Gee. More attack? More health? More health would be a good idea. More mana? In case, well, this thing's -6 mana per floor. More health. Poisonous Witch. All the different witches you'll run across on this map have their own special abilities and attacks. I am hoping that I don't have to really focus on any of them. But I remember this being a fairly difficult arena set of battles, not sure what to call it. More agility, please. I'm going to need it. Why does it give me the option to look at it in there? Ah! Dang it. What do we find here? The skull seems familiar. Poisonous Skull, +2 attack, -1 max magic, +3 agility, plus resistance to poison damage. No thank you. I would like the vampire killing. Flame Witch. The statue is crying blood. You feel better now. Oh, she reversed my attack pattern. The old gods reside here. They must be delighted by your offering. Confused. -10 agility. Yeesh. +1 max magic. Alright. Panic. Give me loot. Give me delicious loot. Give me potions. Give me scrolls. Give me sword. I never get the timing right on blocking those. Very nice. Ah! I'm on fire! Actual damage over time! Ow! Are you fine, mate? Get a potion. Yeah, sure. That's a small potion! He advertised it as a real potion. What a jerk. Wow, they're getting buffed. Should I? Oh, barely. An unbreakable helm. The adamantium helm, plus 30 resistance to physical damage, minus 1 agility. Neat idea. What happens if... How do... I would like to put it away. That doesn't help. Good to know that I can come back for stuff, though. Kind of forgot about that. You can wait here for your wounds to soothe. The time has come to meet your fate. No one hears you. Hello? Okay. What do I do here? Hey there, Koi. What do I... Huh? I'm so glad I have high evasion, because I am messing this up. Oh! Oh. Ah, that's what it is. I have to bounce it back like it's the battle with Ganondorf. Okay. Bring it on. Now I know how to fight you. Hwah! Ow! Whoo! That almost went bad. By the skin of our teeth, a single hit point. Whoa! Barely a scratch, completing a dungeon with 1 health. Ah, what a lovely achievement to pick up. I've never had that. By using the blood of the late queen, the witch, surprisingly relaxed about the whole Ant Queen thing, casts a spell to show the way. In the sky, a golden mark points the way to the Black Forest, a place known for its mystical powers. It must be over there, then. Wait, no, yeah. So it'd be... Go north or south? I want that wolf fang. Was tired and got distracted. No need to apologize, hun. I was exhausted when I was done with my stream. I ended up hanging out in Minecraft. Benefit was more, yeah. No need to apologize for that. You're hanging out with friends, living your own life. Actually, when I started the stream today, I was talking about that whole work-life balance and like trying to figure out where I exist and where my character exists, and sometimes those two things don't line up. Yeah, live your life. Live your physical air life and your other digital lives, because we have different circles that we associate with. We're not always in the same spot at the same time. I would love to be able to like exist in more than one place. Yeah. I guess. Alright, so we did everything going from here to here. We just did this dungeon. Let's try this one. Coal mines. This was a coal mine, long abandoned ago. Work is all 5 a.m. every morning for almost 8 hours, Monday to Friday. True. Things just keep getting better. Your way around the mountain has been blocked by a terrible storm, which has destroyed the road and blocked the entrance to the coal mine, the only other path across. Look closely, boys. This is no rock. It looks like giant skin. Hot. Please. You naughty boys. Scrub some ice on his back. Me? Oh, please. You can barely stand on your feet shaking like that. You scrub some ice over the beast's back. Almost instantly, the giant regains some strength, and as he clears his way out, you feel a hot and dry breeze coming from the cave. Yeah, that mercenary is hard. That mercenary. That work-life balance is hard to strike. I'm sorry, I'm reading at the same time that I'm doing this, and it's getting louder. Hold on, I have to adjust this. It is very loud. What? Okay. Yeah. Have a good freshen up.
Oh, little Cabald!
Are you holding dynamite? That's kind of concerning. Cabals should not hold dynamite. They can fulfill many roles in a party, but explosion and sapper specialist is probably not the best. They can scamper, yes, but I worry for them. Oh. I'm sitting here holding the right, hoping that it's gonna, like, auto-strike again immediately afterwards. Need anything? I can't do much, though. I'm very tired. Sure, I just found some with the coal. Nice. A goblin! What? Where are you going? Wait a sec. I'm going to restart this dungeon, or at least I'm going to clear this dungeon. I'm going to start it again afterwards so that I can see if I'm supposed to let that goblin go. That might be what the thing is here. The statue is crying blood. You feel better now. The statue is crying blood. You feel better now. +2 max health from both. Nice. A lot of good money here. Okay, so yeah, every other creature that I've run across here is like chilling out and trying to fight. That goblin just wanted to leave. Making good money here, though. Making really good money here, to be honest. Well, Potion of Life. Potion of Life? What does that do? I think that increases max life. It's only 60 gold, but I'm also trying to save money. We'll say no. And a medium health. We're good. The old gods reside here. They must be delighted by your offering. +1 max mana. Wow, the troll takes forever to attack. Okay. What do we got here? This potion seems to be boiling hot. Potion of painful attack. Lose up to 4 health, plus 5 attack for 3 floors. Give it to me. Oh yeah, that's some good attack damage. You can wait here for your wounds to soothe. Will expire in 0 floors. Does that mean... Yep, okay. What a silly attack. So that's a different goblin. Okay. Wow, nothing from that one. Got some really good money, though. I need 500 for the next thing. I don't care about these potions. That's just gonna be... That's not actually as good as the vampire killer. Why does this one have a circle on it? Alright, we're gonna try that map again. Meet death. Things just keep getting better. Okay, ice, yes, hello. Little cabal. Ooh, thick liquid with a blunt taste, plus 3 attack for 2 floors. Need anything? I can't do much though. I'm very tired. I'm just gonna keep attacking, huh? Smack. Alright, get out of here. Go. Okay. So... Interesting. You feel better now. Ow. Ow. Whoa! Potion of energy. Don't need that. Potion of agility. Ooh. Tempting. +3 agility for 2 floors. Hey! Very nice. Still managed to click in between too often. It still takes forever to attack with that. The bigger they are. Indeed. You're back. Get out of here. Go. It is time to meet your fate. Wow, that guy is much faster. Why? I'm doing way less damage than I was before. What's going on here? So, okay, I let those 2 goblins go. Did that do anything? Apparently not. Helm of the Traitor. -1 attack. No. 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 Stop that. Bench. Okay, we already have health and equipment. Let's go here. See, the thing is, these red dungeons, these are ones that I haven't finished yet, and I think that I'm like right towards the end of the game already, so interesting. Secrets found. Legends say that all life came from the Zakum tree. So, where's the church you were talking about? Right here, inside this tree. There's no church, is there? Dude, relax, there's no church, but the old Allah also likes this godly jibber-jabber.
Wait, Allah. Being Allah.
Yep.
Why is the hull of the druid all rotten and dry?
Why does this heretical place feel like a trap?
Okay, guys, I didn't want to bring this up before, but I think I could use a hand on this one.
I don't remember this place. Ooh. Whoa. Huh? Big Goron sword? Big Goron sword? That's a Buster sword! The Angeal. So, is that big Goron sword something you're supposed to use elsewhere? Is that what it is? Should I find something unique just now? Oh, these things are weird. Could you imagine how difficult this would be if I wasn't already dealing this much damage all the time? Puppy mode. Puppy mode disengaged. What's this? An exotic weapon for this weather? A blowgun. +1 health per floor. Oh, that's actually not a bad weapon, to be honest. So hold on. What are... The goblins get away. I wonder if a blowgun would work on them. I'm trying to think of like what the secret to that dungeon is. What other things can I run across? The bigger they are, puppers. Throw me to the wolves. I'll come back. Oh, hey. That's a visual I would rather not. Let's not. Let's have this fellow go away. Ugh. Sorry, folks. What's this? This flask is hot to the touch. +4 life, and +4 max health for 4 floors. Interesting. Kill and be killed. Pay 7 health, deals 15 damage to the opponent. No! This amazing berry could refresh anyone. Power berry. The shrine resonates power. You feel the energy flowing in your body. Oh. So I have a feeling this good berry is something I'm supposed to actually take with me elsewhere. Our health is doing alright. Our damage is decent, but we could go even higher, or have more agility. A little blood for a little strength. Pay 2 health, gain +2 attack for 3 floors. Bright blue potion with a sickening smell. You gain up to 9 magic and lose up to 1 health. Flask is hot to the touch. +2 max life. Wow, those fireworks have not stopped this entire time. Well, didn't get it in time. Some of the attack patterns on these I've already got memorized, obviously, but... Ooh, what's this? Wand of Misfortune. Pay 2 magic, lose 7 health, gain up to 5 health, deals 8 normal damage to an opponent. What? It's Wab attack. No thank you. Are you fine, maid? Get a potion. Yes. Thank you. I'll take this berry too and continue on my way. bright blue potion with a sickening smell. No, thank you. Ow! Double attacks, huh? This one's gonna have a 3-attack pattern. I knew it! Okay. Another level. More agility, please. I dislike this fellow. Thoroughly. Go away. Please stop bothering me. The hell is over your shoulders. Pay 4 magic, plus 4 attack, minus 1 agility, plus 18% resistance to all. Pay 4 magic? So as long as you have magic, it gives you that? Yep, that is it. Ooh, what do we find here? It feeds on the spirits around you. And plus 2 max magic, plus 1 magic per floor, plus 40% resistance to magic damage. Helm of Soul Drain. That's interesting. I don't need it. I don't think I need it. I think I need the good berry. You can wait here for your wounds to heal. Okay. Drosera, the parasite mouth. No! Oh. God, I hate that. What the heck is this? Like, if I didn't have ridiculously high agility to keep hitting the block on that, I would have been toast. Even at 1 damage per hit, that would have killed me instantly. Acquired Aramid's Dirk. So... Dash. Move to chest. Hey! I have a curiosity here, and I must look. Well, let's put on some No Thoughts Head Empty real quick. I need to see about that item. That's what? That's Power Berry. Okay. Oh, wow. All of their secrets for other people. The good berry that I just found is apparently extremely difficult to look for after like 40 hours of gameplay average for most other players. I'm so glad that I inherently saw that that thing was drawn in a different way and just like, nope, that's mine. Yoink. The question is, what do I do with it? Infested sewers. Lakeside prison. That's the vampire killer. Monastery. Bring the priest a mineral ore. Mountain graveyard. Hot spring water. Take that to the mountain graveyard. Icy caves. Complete the level in under 108 seconds, confirmed by developer, to get the secret. Wow. Okay. Coal mines. Give the miner a power berry, then survive the level. His dialogue will change from offering gold or equipment to requesting the berry. If you give him the berry, he will reward you after you complete the level with 1,000 gold. I see. Bubbly potion. Ah, permanent healing. I see. High level health potion. Complete the level as a mercenary to get Airman's Dirk. Good. Complete Mage's Tower with Hinx's staff as the witch. Okay. So I've hit a point in this game where like I'm done looking for the secrets. I just want to get it done. I've been playing this one for years off and on, and I've like stacked up these characters, leveled them up pretty far, but how many hours do I actually have in this game? I'm kind of curious. Supposedly only 4.9 hours. That's not true. Like, that is absolutely not true. Okay, we'll pause this and jump back into this. Okay, so I need to go back to the mines again. Here we go again. Also, go to one of these temples. Marry the Knight. Dark Avenger, +2 Miracle, Heal, chance to evade. Oh. Interesting. I like the way that these are all stacking. Okay, so. This is the coal mine, this is the coal mine. And we have in hand the berry. Good, let's do this. Coal mine with no healing items, which we've been consistently doing. Especially now that we have the miracle heal chance. Yep, there it is. Need anything? Can't do much though, I'm very Hey, is that a power berry? Can I have it? Good. I feel like I can work forever now. Meet me at the end of the dungeon. I can give you some gold. Very nice. Oh, I don't even have to like hold on to that thing. Goblin, you're toast. Get out of here. Oh, I was missing out on experience before too because of that. Huh. More attack. You feel better now. My attack speed is so high, I'm hitting these enemies twice before they get a chance to, like, start their reaction process. The equipment you carry is now quenched. +4. Your magic energy vanishes into your heart. Well, that's a cool description, but I don't need it. Alright. These little cabals of dynamite, I'm so concerned for them. Okay, this healing ability on the mercenary is amazing. Potion of agility. Even more agility. Yeah. Oh, I shouldn't have used that just then, but okay. Wow, I wasted that potion. A little blood for a little strength. Hurt me, hurt me, hurt me, hurt me. Four hits, one combo row. Not bad. Yep. Revive token. The tired miner returns and gives you all the gold he'd found over the years in gratitude for saving his life. Oh. Even more max health. That sounds great. Plus one attack doesn't sound like much, but it really stacks up. How's it going, Bucky? Hope your day's going alright. Alright, so we got the Sad Village, and we have the Mage's Tower. What's this? The Mage's Tower I'm supposed to clear as the Witch to get this. I might lose her. It says I've defeated this before, though. Alright, new character class. So you were saying that the whole world is at stake. So it is written. But why is it our responsibility? Because it's the will of the gods. Will of the gods? Come on. I don't know about the gods, but I'm sure my friend Hinks would have some answers. Hinks? Why does it sound so creepy? Why does he live in a tower? Don't be so paranoid. But Hinks the mage is awfully weird and keeps repeating the words, "Humans, my master has a message for you." Okay, let's see if I can remember how to use this character. Running around in circles, getting ready for the trip. Hope everyone's doing good here. Yeah, where are you going? I don't think I actually caught that at any point, because I fell asleep, I'm assuming, when you ended up talking about it. Oh, she is, like, very different stats. More agility? Plus 4 agility for 4 floors. Okay. Thessaloniki. Oh, right. You did say that. Because I remember not being able to pronounce the name of the place and struggling with that. Visiting Witchfinder. Are you folks gonna play some D&D? Found a helmet. Don't really want that helmet. A sword. You need to know the riddle of steel. Crom's blade. Plus 5 attack, minus 2 agility, minus 1 health per floor. That is rough. You got a battle staff. Pay 1 magic, deal 2 normal damage. That's not great. So, I'm tempted here. Let's increase our max mana even further. Staff of Destruction. Pay 8 magic, deal 6 normal damage. That's not even good. Small health potion. It tastes good. Old gods reside here. They must be delighted by your offering. +1 max magic. Nice. Crom's Blade again. Oh, that hurt. Escaping Jelly. Rifle potion with a sickening smell. Gain up to 9 magic. Lose up to 1 health. Former owner might be missing it. Aww. That's sad. Ooh. Ah. Oh, that was very close. I hurt you, I hurt them. Pay 1 health, deal 2 damage. No. No! Kip's hat. Kip said you too. How'd you do that? Try to recover with all of your stuff. Try to recover with half your stuff. Revive. Yes, you only get so many revive tokens, but I would like to keep my things. Okay, I don't quite know what it looks like when these attack just yet. Much better. Wow, you attacked 3 times? And I had, like, no health. Delightful. When do you and how do you attack? Huh? Okay. Unholy power oozes from this potion. Huh. Be a hell of a one to have. Ow. 7 damage. Mana potion isn't gonna help me here. Ah, 2 different mana potions. Are you fine, mate? I'm really not. Yes, please. I lost out on that potion of evil. Oh no. That would be nice, but that isn't gonna cut it. Fluid swirls quickly inside its flask.
No! I don't know how I made it through that. I really don't. More health. Hopefully don't die. Getting the feeling we're going to. Okay. Okay. Is revenge... Nothing. I lose it all. One attack, I suppose. Ow. Okay. Well, I think we'll go ahead and take our first break for the evening. Whew. That game's mean sometimes. I guess I was being mean to it though too. Let's see. Over here to OBS. And yeah, I'm gonna take a quick walk around the house, refill my water, and stretch my legs a little bit. I hope you folks do the same. Yeah, and I'll see you about probably 5 minutes or so.
Am I seeing this right? Did I go offline for a sec there? Okay, let's take a look and see what else we got for our community votes for the evening. Because I'm curious. And while I would love to continue playing Deep Dungeons of Doom, I can also only take so many runs of slamming my head into the wall on that one. And it is part of why you saw me kind of avoid every other level along the way, trying to get there. Because I don't have a solution to that yet. I don't have a good way to get through that. And it's... What I'm seeing in other people's write-ups on that are you really have to, like, do certain missions in a certain order to grab their reward item and use that as your starting equipment for the next dungeon. Otherwise, you have to kind of duke it out with enemies and play the rhythm game a lot harder. Which you can see, like, the parry and riposte combat is certainly a thing. It's just... kind of hard. Okay, Discord, you want to come back? Discord! Awoo! Let's see. I might take another crack at this one. I don't know. I'm still waiting on seeing what else we had for our votes. Okay, the other one would have been a session of Out There, which honestly that wouldn't be too bad either. Let's take another attempt at Deep Dungeons of Doom. We'll see if we can finish this, or at least one of these other challenges. And I think I'll just grab a vampire killer out of storage and take it for this fight. Yeah, only so many runs before like start to go a little kooky. That's the coal mines again. Mage Tower. This is the sad village. I wonder why they look so sad. We'll try this one with the paladin. What's this fire all about? There's an old man over there. Maybe he can tell us what's going on. I know him. It's Pratchett. He's a wizard. A knight asked for a way into the dungeon. We managed to find a key from another dimension, and this knight tried to stop the evil. He failed miserably, and when the gate was shut down, it was too late. Pratchett, listen to me carefully. You need to open this gate for us again. No, it is too dangerous. If you... No buts or ifs. Open it. We will claim the key and fix this mess. Okay, I'll do it. But please don't fail. Listen, wizard, I'm not in the failure business. Oh, I do not remember how to use this character. I want to say that... Oh, this is really cool looking now. I think I can heal as the paladin? Oh, okay. So yeah, it does look like it's healing. More attack, please. What's this? Give me a finger, and I'll give you wings. Pay 5 health, plus 4 agility for 4 floors. Whoa! In brightest day, in blackest night. Nice. I'm just gonna sit here and heal for a sec. If the game's gonna let me, I may as well. Ooh, what's this? The crown of an old king. King's crown, +1 health, +1 magic. It's pretty nice. I prefer the agility and... Whoa, a Lamasu! You don't see these often in anything, really. But they used to actually be really common in old school RPGs, and it's kind of funny that they made an homage to that here in this game, a relatively new roguelike RPG. More attack, please. What's this? A little blood for a little strength. It looks like Quicksilver. Lose up to 4 health, gain +5 agility for 3 floors. I don't know how you fight. I'm worried. Okay, that works for me. Okay. Take 2 health to gain 4. I get it. More attack. How you fine, mate? Get a potion for 50 gold. Sure. Yep, time to heal some more. Whoa, you look neat. Whoa, that is some heavy damage. Revenge. Oh, nothing? Nah, we're good. Yeah, we're good. we'll try that again some other time. Okay, so we have a vote for out there. Let's go ahead and jump in that. It's been a minute. Where is that? I know I played it recently. Hello, out there. Where are you? It says the last time I played this was in May. Has it really? May, June, July. Has it been over a month since I played this? Wow. Oh yeah, it's been since before I Since before I got the new monitor set up. Settings. Full screen. The correct resolution. Whoa. That's crazy. It actually shows everything. Okay. A new game on out there. Don't need the tutorial. Cemetery guides. Find your own ships. Okay, that's fine. Right. We had a bunch of new ships. Obtain the different endings. The crystal ship was nice. The ecosystem ship was nice as well. Power on this. This one accepts oxygen or silicon for... But you can't, like, make up for just that much cargo space. Yeah, let's do big ship. Let's see how far we can go.
I'm an astronaut aboard the Nomad. Passenger on a line that connects Earth to Ganymede, a moon of Jupiter. Until something happened.
Wake up!
When I awoke from cryonics, I wasn't in orbit around Ganymede. In fact, I wasn't even in the solar system anymore.
I was out there.
I was out there.
Okay. Starting with the big fancy ship. Also, do we have any kind of... Yeah. There we go. I'm out there. The supply station. The hull has been repaired. Did you know there are clouds in space? Gray clouds of dust, green clouds of hydrogen, and violet ones made of I don't know what. And I'll never know, because I just got near one and was struck by a lightning bolt that fried one of my devices. Are you kidding me? You know what? Let's roll with it. Let's see what happens. Wow. Oh no, maybe we can't. Okay, it's not as bad as I was thinking. I love the music in this. It is so pretty. Next. Photoelectric effect. A photon hits a metallic surface and thus liberates an electron. But when it's a blast of gamma rays from a powerful neutron star, the electric surge is so extreme that one of my devices is now a complete wreck. I can't see! I don't know if I'm actually going to get enough out of this. That's 2 for each. A neutron star. A red dwarf. Barely enough fuel to get anywhere. My daily physical exercises are stay upright and speak aloud in the best English I can, even if I need new words to deal with these new experiences. I once read that civilized people marooned for years on a desert island may slowly lose their language skills. I must maintain a sound mind. A new gas giant. Rich in fuel. Launch probe. We are so SOL on fuel. This is not a really strong start here. Finish. It doesn't cost me anything. May as well. A blue giant. There's a ship here, slowly falling into pieces. Flames and lightning run over and into its structure. I put on my spacesuit and start exploring. Inside, everything's broken, useless. Computers have been burnt by some energy blast. Wow, that's loud! A kind of big amoeba approaches, slowly, weakly. It buzzes in my radio comm. Yes? I mumble some alien words of a peaceful meaning in my radio, but without much hope. The amoeba shivers, and a very small shining cube levitates between us. A cube not unlike the one I encountered at the very beginning of my adventure. I take it. As the ship falls into pieces, I whisper a goodbye in my human words and return to my ship. There, after the ship's final explosion, I analyze the cube. Data. The legacy, incomprehensible, sadly, of a ship or maybe an entire civilization. And between the lines, schematics. Maybe I can find something useful in all this. This module upgrades the space folder by virtually increasing the mass of the destination star system. Thus, the ship can make jumps to more distant systems. Hey! We needed that one. We need copper and thorium, so a rocky planet will be necessary for those. Let's see, that's the reactor. That's the space folder. And this connects to what? Space folder. Okay. Also, did not expect that to get so loud. Oh, that destroyed a lot of stuff. Ooh. Okay. Well. There's nothing left to drill. Rich in fuel, dangerous atmosphere. Give it to me straight. I don't have the means. Synesthesia. The space folder broke down and was briefly electrocuted. Not by electricity, but by this mysterious energy that converts hydrogen into other forms of energy. My senses were dazzled. The whistle of the space folder exploded in my mouth like spicy caramel, and the light of its pulsating tubes felt soft like cotton. You can't imagine how hard it is to fix anything in this condition. Even now, 2 hours later, I bumped my head, and instead of feeling pain, I heard a choir of angels. Synesthesia is a wild experience, and it is something that I deal with every single day, just not quite at that level of mixture. That is not quite how my day-to-day experience is, but when things are really, really discombobulated, it can reach that point. Another rocky planet and not enough fuel to get anywhere. We're gonna lose our ship. We're gonna lose our ship right at the beginning. We're gonna lose our ship. Lucky me. This is incredible, but I managed to get here with minimum resources spent. Shall I thank Supreme Powers for my survival? And why did they do that? Now I need to somehow replenish my resources. A field of asteroids, and quite a dense one. If I fly in, I'm not sure I can escape unscathed. I wonder what's keeping all these rocks here. Probably an evil monster inside. Better get out of here. A rocky planet. Oh no. Go anyways. Out of fuel. This will be the end of my journey. But, as I have so many times over the course of my journey, I've taken too many risks and I make peace with myself. But the cocoon is glowing and growing, burning. It's attracting me, drawing me in. It expands and breaks up my ship like a parasite hatching from the host that fed it. It's a ship, a very small ship, but I'm alive. I still have a chance. This ship got nothing. Telescope required to see. What's my max travel distance? This. Apparently past that. While flying too close to a star, I was bombarded by cosmic rays. The ionic flow melted some of my equipment. Might also have given me cancer. I broke the interplanet. Oh no! No! Oh no. Well, that's that's the run. That's the whole run. God. Right out the gate, my reactor explodes. Okay. Nothing of interest in this sector. Onwards to the yellow door. I saw something extraordinary. I landed on a small, barely discernible planet, orbiting an ideal distance from the star. Plants, purple-colored and very tall. Water, oddly orange, and light. Tiny creatures living in tiny villages, built with tiny stones. They flock around me, trembling. Is it dance? Do they take me for a god? Am I here to change their life? I sit down to adjust to their size and try to communicate with them. It's pretty hard, because in addition to cultural, racial, and language barriers, they seem to be simply stupid, driven mostly by instincts rather than understanding. I tried to draw symbols on the ground near the tallest creature. This is hopeless. Too little progress and too much time. I have to leave. Farewell, tiny aliens. Aw. We continue. Wow. I have met many intelligent species while ferrying through the cosmos. They must have crossed each other's paths previously, so I'm surprised there's no central government or organization that's yet emerged from this promiscuity. My way of thinking is perhaps too alien, at least to them. This is the curse of my extraterrestrial intelligence. I simply cannot understand them. I'm already out of fuel. You've got to be kidding me. Gas giant. Okay, well, I'm not going to waste more fuel on that. I come across a small moon orbiting a gas giant. It is a low oxygen atmosphere, but it's enough to fill my supply tanks. I touch down and start the pumps. Small lizard-like creatures are watching me, a whole colony of them, starting to throw rocks at me. Hey, take it easy, guys! I'm a friend! Wait. I'm at a loss. I gesture emphatically to quiet them down. No doing. I'm standing there in a shower of rocks. My ship's hull will withstand the onslaught, I'm sure, with only a little damage. I just wish they'd realize I don't mean any harm. I take off with a roar. Perhaps future generations will understand. Your ship has taken damage, but you've collected oxygen. A garden planet. And 2 gas giants. Nice. Probe. That's fine. Feeling a lot better about our fuel resources this time. Okay. To this garden planet. The breathable atmosphere of this planet has allowed me to restore my oxygen supply. Oh, what a pretty planet. Encounter life. Artar ispi merkatumik artar gift is a you with tears in the katamik. Ah, you are evil. Or in their case, I am considered evil. Okay. I had a dream in which someone was talking to me in an alien language and I saw shapes and colors and I cannot now recall. Am I still human? Or am I becoming more? Yes, yes. What a strange little monster. Some kind of long iron worm embedded in the hole. I only found the little gremlin because I discovered a white cloud trailing behind me in space. Little bugger ate his way through an oxygen line. Wow. Let's see. Do more repairs. Refill oxygen. Oh, that is not worth my time. That's a rocky planet. I don't have enough fuel to be doing digging. Gas clouds rainbow colored are closing on my ship. In their haze, I see messages. Empenusa, you Tepusa, you the crowd. Then the words Isuram and Marfi. What should I do? Wave in peace. The gas vibrates in friendly waves and answers with more mysterious words. Then it dissipates into the void. What a useful interaction. I have no fuel. I have no fuel. I have no fuel, and I have a problem. The ship, I am realizing, is very difficult to get off the ground unless you manage to find an early source of better power, like any kind of engine upgrades. And for the last few runs, attempting to start out as this ship, that hasn't been a thing that I could find. Hmm. See, and I can gamble here. I can talk to these folks on the garden planet. It's going to take most of my fuel to get down and up. And then I have to fly to the next star. All of which are bad solutions. And are going to take more than half my fuel to get to those places. So I don't even get the option to like talk to these folks. I can gamble and hope that they have the technology for me, or I can go on the much higher chance that there's actually going to be any kind of fuel in these places. Maybe I'll find 3 gas giants. I don't know. A strange black current roars over my ship. Some kind of dark fog, nearly invisible. Is it the mysterious dark matter our scientists have eternally sought? The current has a strong magnetic pull. It spirals down towards the star of the system, taking me with it. Oh. Okay, so I know what the actual correct solution, and it is the correct solution in this one. If I do the wrong one, bad things happen to my ship. Hmm. I would like to have a run not go completely sideways, so. I set the reactors to maximum thrust and escaped the dark current, though with some difficulty. The strange current flows off my hull like liquid mercury and pours into the star. I am free, but that cost a lot of fuel. Oh no! Okay, that's it. Lucky me. On my way to the next star system, I received a very strange radio transmission. Hoping for the best, I changed my route to track it. Red herring. It was just an electromagnetic burst coming from a small and lost star. Hope is painful. You've lost the rest of your fuel. Lucky me. Oh, it's you again. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Wait, it's my old broken ship? And silicon. I don't even have silicon. We have a completely separate issue here now. I can't actually assemble this, and I just used... That's another run. That's another run. That's another run. Done. Take over the ship. Board. Yep. And then we try to fly into a black hole. Yep. This is the end of my journey. Now my ship is in a black hole. If I play again, I can get that ship, I think? Maybe? I don't know. It's just having good luck tonight. What? What? What else we got? What else we got? I just realized I have a completely different graphics card. I might be able to play Fallout, like New Vegas, the game that I've owned for so long and have never been able to play. Thoughts? I don't want to play it though. Like, I know the story's good. I know that it's like there's a lot of cool stuff to do out there. I also know that I spent a lot of time as a person who struggled to have housing in the middle of the wasteland in the physical layer. Like living in Wyoming living in Wyoming while homeless is very, very similar to living in the world of Fallout 3. I hate to say, but it's a little too true. Alright, Curse Forge. Let's make some train tracks. Waiting on the game to load. Although this always takes a minute to load. I'm realizing that now. Let's see. I should make a new little pop-up bubble that says, I'm now loading. For games that don't want to actually show themselves while they're still rendering. Hello, Minecraft. Do you wanna come back? Maybe? The happy dance is so cute. Minecraft is already running. Are you sure you want to click this again? Well, I don't know. Minecraft, are you gonna actually run? Thank you, Nyan Gosling. That is something I can do with my time. Cheers. Oh, wow. I've been sitting here, like, talking to myself on mute. That's fun. Love that. Love it when I do that. Okay, so, yeah, I got spoiled with some really nice concentrate, and if you're a member on the Discord, and you are part of the top shelf, I'm not actually sure how I had that one set up in the verification stuff, but, basically, if you're tier 1, or just an OG on the server, you should be able to see that. If not, I will have to fix some things. Okay, so I have been doing some things around the home base. Let's go daylight. So you can see, like, a while back, we did some minor exploration to the south, found some neat things, a couple neat villages, went across the ocean for a while. Just, you know, the things you do in Minecraft. And then I found out that based on the equipment setup that I have, I can cross entire chunks in less than a third of a second. And it doesn't like rendering when I do that, but I've been able to explore hugely vast distances that I wouldn't have been able to otherwise. I don't even think I would have been able to do so with an elytra. But yeah, I kind of took off in a direction and then kept going and kept going and kept going and kept going and kept going. So, Dan, you went with me to Heavenly Rider, and we ended up at Witchland. Yeah, I went way out there. And that's how I found that lost temple out there. But yeah, that loop, I'm gonna have to eventually fill in the map in between, because, like, that is a bit of a distance. Excuse me. So, goal for now is we're gonna probably do an underwater tunnel. I'm trying to figure out. You want to check out some of this? Yeah, there's some cool stuff out there. Witchland was fun. I know that BHK was hanging out there as well. Wanted to, like, scrap the walls and everything. I'm like, please don't. There's other people that are gonna want to check this out. That's a huge dungeon. I think I spent like 4.5 hours in the Lost Temple just, like, opening chests. I haven't even been, like, doing anything to the like structure of the temple aside from digging a wall route so that I can run safely. But the rest of it's just So many chests and so many enemy spawners. I've destroyed a lot of skeleton spawners just because there's literally an abundance of them to the point that it is a problem. But like, we'll never light that place up. It's so big that it has night inside there. Like, you can't make enough light sources to fill the open space. It'll still spawn aerial targets. But I think that what I want to do right now is probably figure out a spot that I'm going to want the train depot to be for the castle. And then do probably an underground to underwater. So it's probably going to go underneath one of these outer walls. And then back underneath the floating gardens to show up near the temple entrance. I just don't want to interrupt everybody else's construction, because if we look at the different vertical chunks, people have already done a lot of digging and work out here, and I don't want to mess that up. They got their own lives. Okay. So that gives me a general idea of where I want to go. I needed lumber, but I also know that I'm going to have to cut through a lot of stuff, which is going to give me lumber. My underground factory that I'm currently working on and my mage's tower are both way up to the north here, which, like, up until 2 days ago, that was way up to the north. Okay, I gotta put this thing down because it is making me choke so bad. I'm very thankful for hardware mute. Okay. Now, as far as equipment for this little journey, there's ours iron. Got some gold. Very little food. There's the rest of the iron. Okay, so it's that one and this one. This one. The 2 greens. Okay, and we found out we already have one of these hats. We already have 2 of these scarves. I don't need those equipped. Where am I stuffing equipment right now? Yeah. Bop, bop. Because I'm having a lot of, like, issues with way too many items. Hey there, Busta. How's it going? Hope your day at work was okay. Oh, that's fun. I like it when the physics are applied. Okay, so I actually do have the spot saved as my bed area. And one of the things that's been bugging me is, like, yeah, I can use these waypoints. As long as I have experience, I can take these waypoints and they take me places. But you'll note that the distances are starting to get longer. It takes 3 levels to get places, and that's fine. That's a good balancing thing. Like, keep that way. Don't change that. But I want to get places without having to spend my experience. Wait, I can do the Minecraft VTuber. Oh wow, what is going on with my face here? It's a scarf and a scuba mask and something else. I forgot that everybody on the server looks like a monster because of all the weird equipment. Okay. I had some food that's cooking over here. Yeah, we'll grab these. Level up, apparently. And this is the bow that needs arrows. Do I have arrows stored? I'm certain I do, I just don't know where. I also have all these feathers, which I suppose that'll work just the same. Who needs to find arrows that they stowed when they can make some? Although I am still, like, looking here, I'm curious. We have so many feathers, though, from having the chicken farms. This here, this, and this. Huh? Ordinary arrow. Oh, you don't line it up. Therium crystal shard. Therium? We got torches, we got food, we got sticks, we got extra lumber. I don't need books and paper on me right now. And the gold is going to be... Oh, I do need the sticks, actually, because we're going to be making railroads. And it is now nightfall. More lumber then, please. Far more lumber. We're also going to need redstone for the redstone torches. It'll power this rail. What else? Oh, hey. Handy. Okay, so I can start off already. In fact, do I want to do any kind of like fancy underlay for this rail? I guess to start I should just get it put down, and then we'll go from there. Okay. Blah. 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 Redstone tiny dust? What is that for? Strange. Okay. I have so much smelting to do, so many raw resources and materials. Now where would I do have this storage depot here. And this place already has like a train yard feel to it because the columns not at all looking like Pizza Hut. Not at all. It's so weird doing mouse-based emotes in Minecraft while running a VTuber. Like, I'm not quite... There's a three-legged race. Okay, we got... I swear I'm missing a tool here, but I'm really not. Like, everything's already there. Aw, Busta! Thank you! Baconator, enjoy the new emotes. Okay, so I can... Oh, good. Effects only. Effects only. Now we can see me. I wish I could make the helmet also effects only. Busta docked? Oh, dock L. Oh, right. I collected all that glass. And then I stuck it into a chest and I don't remember where. Well, not glass, but sand to make into glass. Thank you. Oh, no. I'm not certain I'm familiar with that one. Okay, let's not shoot fire arrows into the... Yeah, fried rice and a torch is a good way to go running around. I like that. That seems safer. We got all these deep slate stairs. Where did I put the sand, though? I'm gonna need it. And I don't want to, like, destroy entire ecosystems doing this, because I already collected a bunch. The inherent issue of Minecraft. Where did I put the thing? Nope. Nope. I don't think I put them in here. If I did, that'd be silly, because I've got all these auto forges that I've put together now. Nope, none of those. A lot of gold for when I do decide to do more red. Yeah, a lot of repeaters there. Nope. What did I do with all... Upstairs. I'm a fool. Alright, sleep in the bed. Okay, over here. If I didn't put them in here, I really am confused now. Yep, I'm confused. It's official. I have no idea what I did with that glass. We also had another spot over here that I liked. And there's already an existing train line. But that would require wrapping it back. I do have space to do so, though. I mean, I can move this chest. I can move these torches. They don't need to be here either. They're not even supposed to be here. And then that can connect to this, and I can put the train tracks over the top. It'll automatically deposit any things that I send into a chest on a rail cart. I'm like redstone engineering in my head for something I don't even need, but like I like the idea. I have no idea what chaos I've just committed upon myself, but I will have to deal with it. Let's go. Oh. I need to fix that. I need to get a lot of these out of here, actually. Okay, and it looks like I'm gonna have to thematically use chiseled stone here. Yeah, thank you. Love the magnet. Very handy. Oh no. And that is why this exists. Good. I'll sort it later. I still need to get rid of half of the stuff. Okay. Need that glass. Experience berries, they're welcome. Powered rail. Sure, I'll take that. You know what? A stone cutter will come in handy. I will need one of those. All of my arrows. All those arrows I just made. More glass. We could use some chests. Isn't it such a delightful mess to look at? Isn't it? Doesn't it satisfy? Oh, hey. I found a bunch of my missing sand. I found all of my missing sand. Come here. Come here. Please come here. Come on. Thank you. Okay. Sand. Cool. We're gonna need, yep, some lumber. I do remember that part. So many seeds and things. Whole handful of furnaces. You know. Oh, right. Where's all those arrows? The problems I create for myself. Nope. 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 Definitely not that. Oh, I have no idea what I did with those. They are gone now. Need one of these. Come on. Come on. Thank you. Still need way more glass than I actually have here, but at least I found it finally. Ah, we have sandstone, which I do not want. Don't need the cobbled deep slate either. Ah, I tossed all those rails. Ah.
I should have put them down. I should have put them down. But no, I had to be fancy and show up. Blast you! Let me back my rails. Wait. Where are all those rails? Hold on. Huh? Oh, I'm at a loss now. I give up. Nothing makes sense. We're moving on. There's the rails. Okay. Well, I guess I don't need the arrows in there. That's not quite where those go. Can't use the sandstone. Get that out of here. Put these away for later. I don't want the extra stack of 4 singular arrows. Okay, next. We zoom. I could have connected that. We're not even going to bother worrying about this right now. Just put sandstone down and come back to it later. What matters more... What's in here anyways? Come on. Come on. Thank you. Okay. We swim up one of these, then we swim up one of these. You folks get to deal with me being completely ADD today. Nothing will be focused on correctly. And that's a problem I have to deal with. So today, so do all of you. Cactus. Ow. Okay. Railway, you're coming with me. Over here. Actually, stop. Again, this is all going to be temporary until I can get actual decorations put in place. But I want some flavor of anchoring going on. And, oh right, I have the snorkel on. I can just hang out underwater now. Not even have to worry about it. Okay.
Another reason that I should also be holding on to sand and gravel. I need to dry things in game, which is always a process. Okay. Really? Okay. I guess if somebody gets stuck. Then we'll put another one of these right here. It all makes sense in the end. This looks like absolute garbage, but we'll get to aesthetics later. Right now, what I care about is, will the rail go there? Okay. Oh, this is so nice, to be honest. Like, being able to just be under the water like this. Normally not an option. 2 different colors of sandstone. Oh, lighting weirdness. Gotcha. Get that out of here. Okay. Bop, 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 bop. Oh, you're an interesting glitch. Why there? Why not on the sandstone? You confuse me. Let's see. 5, 6. That's stone. What? Oh, hi. How are you? I guess I should have made lanterns, because this is going to create shadows. Oh, we got shadows over there is what's going on. Okay. Alright, so we got some stone. I don't even know where I got the stone from, but I'll accept it. I needed it. You were intent on coming here. Scoot! Get out of here. It was blue, I think, had the rails? Or was it pink? It was pink. Okay. Why? Why does this, why? I don't understand. The water's the same level? There's nothing moving here. Why is it doing that? Huh. Interesting. Very nice. I actually need the gravel, so handy. Don't know about the rest of these things. Torch berries. Where did I get torch berries? I need to put down a chest. This is getting out of hand very quickly. I honestly don't need the bow out right now. Gravel. None of these other things matter right now. In fact, I don't even need the lumber right now. Harmonite. I don't even know what that's for. Okay. Hello. I heard you before you came here this time. Get out of here. Scoop. Thank you. Okay. That is not what I meant to do. Now this, I will note, is not on a creative server. I am still under the threat of various monsters attacking me while I'm in the middle of doing this. I'm just, also kind of a jerk to most of the enemies around here. Okay, that's not gonna work from there. We can go up, up, up. Huh? Must be the drown sound. Yep. A baby drowned. Where did you even come from? Do I need to put light in here? Is that what it is? Probably is what it is. There. This is so weird. I feel very overpowered by the artifacts that have been added to the game, I must say. Where did I start that? Here? No. It's so hard to tell what my pattern was. It's because it didn't start there, did it? No, it actually did. Okay. Bop, bop, bop. Bop. Hey, we got it. Yeah. This is not the first time I've done this. It's just first time in a while since I've done this. That is the end of that glass. Is the rest of it in here? Yeah. Okay. It is going to take so much sand. At least 3 stacks to clear this vertically. But when all is said and done, you'll be able to go down here without needing any kind of respiration, no speed reductions, we'll have redstone running on it, and you'll get a beautiful underwater view of everything over here on the way under the castle. It's actually going to be interesting because I can pop up out from underneath here. Let's see, where do we want to go with this? This is directly below the castle now. Oh, oh! I've been here before. I see. I have a certain pattern to the way that I tend to disregard a lot of natural formations, but at the same time we'll also try to follow them. I don't know, it's hard to describe. But let's see, we're gonna go up a layer every once in a while. Should we do this as the 5x5 or should we do this as the 3x3? Let's do this as a 3x3. The harvest moon sets. Next one was up here. And the next one was up. Alright, we can start doing this without that. Don't need to waste the super fancy pickaxe on just this. Okay. Do we have anything that needs repaired? Yes. Okay. Shapeless.
And this song. I can't. I can't with the song. No. Why would you make a Christmas version of a song from that series? It's... Go away. No, stop. Thank you. Okay. I messed up and did shapeless. Okay. Let me use that down there. Also, I need to put lights in. I'm realizing I'm doing all of this with night vision on. Yeah, that'll work for that. Okay. Well, I guess I could also be laying the rail down. Well, that's a fun little thing. I don't know why this worked. I don't know why. That shouldn't do that. There's something very wrong with that. I really like the striations going through here. It's gonna look really cool when you're at, like, high speed. Oh. Okay. I'm so glad I have digging claws. Diggy paws. Digipaws. Digipaws, digital posters. This one, this one. This one, this one. This one, this one. I'm high enough level that's not gonna do anything for me. Also, wow. Time to eat. And continue. I love being able to dig in the wrong way in this game. It's delight. Okay, so I need to... look at things in close detail here for a moment. My down tunnel is right there. Okay, layers. Vertical chunk. Oh, there's my elevator. Okay, good. So I'm about to hit one of the layers that I've already cut vertically down. Looks like it's the old mine shaft. Yeah, it's the old mine shaft. Okay. Now, do I want to spiral around the mine shaft going up with the rail cart? I could also go down. I could make a rail switch yard. I wanted to integrate with the castle and like as a stopping depot to get into the castle, as well as a way to just get through the city. So should I also do a 4-point stop? If I do a 4-point stop, I could go easily. Okay. I'm getting a better idea of what I want to do as I'm going about this. We'll continue upwards. Nope. No! Okay. Well, that was bound to happen. Apparently I had a bunch of excess ladders as well. Yes, yes, yes. Oh god, this is so hard to see. I hate this magnet so much sometimes. Did I? I don't even know if I picked up the ladders. There's too much stuff here. Uh, okay. So this is going to be one of my vaults. This is actually the spot that I was dedicating to later carving out and decorating all fancy, like with arches and some like nice polished floors and stuff, and actually laying out the physical spoils of me having done all the mining and stuff that I have. The problem being, there's a certain point when you get so overly abundant in resources when you have access to doing the 5x5 mining in large paths, that even if you laid out blocks of whatever material, so like say smelted iron, and you make those into the bars, and you make the bars into blocks, and you physically stack the blocks in 3D space, you will still actually start to like run out of space in your construction zone for that material. Eventually you have to resort to using a chest in front of it all. But it's a fun way to like have a representation of, well, at least I have this much in reserve here. Okay, so let's see. Yeah. It's still... that is a lot of andesite that I was storing. Good, I'm gonna need that for later. I was actually trying to find out where I was gonna get a bunch from, and I guess that answers that question. And we've got spare ladder. Good. Needed that. To fix what I broke. The fluttering sound of me using cloud in a jar. Okay. Okay. Done. Actually, you know what? Not a bad idea. What does that do? That does not do what I wanted it to do. Why? I gotta say, the motion system in this, when you're on a ladder, drives me insane in this. Okay, so is it now possible for me to say, okay, good. I don't like the way that's set up, but it will have to work. Okay. So we're going to create a depot roughly here. We have 3x3 mining active. This goes out to the bay. No, the bay is over this way. Also, how far down are we? We are at Y63. How high up is this? Uh, 70? 60? What do you know? 61. 62? 63. The lower wall. The lower wall, right above water level. This is perfect. Didn't think that would work out so well. Also, zoom. Okay. Let me head back over to... Oh, I need to clean that up. This looks bizarre. It'll be better later. Also, I'll probably open up all these walls quite a bit more, but getting the initial tunnel cut is always a challenge. Well, I guess I'll have to come back to those. How far does that go? Just a whole bunch of it right there, huh? Uh-huh. Okay. Very well then. Alright, is the rest of this good? Okay. Well, it wasn't quite where I meant to go, but it does work. I guess we'll have a scenic route. I mean, I could fix all this now. I wanted to get decorative and have, like, an actual boat that I was going to park in the bay here. But that would involve me actually taking the time to build boats, and I don't like building boats in this game. Or at least, like, decorative ones, because they're not functional. Why build a boat if I can't actually take it out to sail, right? The Sandwave setting sail. Uh-huh. Yeah, yeah. Slap. I slap too. I slap so hard. Let's see. Wow. Take a second look at all this out here. What is... It's just a little island. Okay. So the next thing I'm trying to think of here is, do I want to make bridges that run across the water? Do I want to do more underwater tunnels? I like the underwater tunnels. They're fun. They take so long to make, but they're really fun to, like, drive through. It's very satisfying. But also so is going overland. And one of the things that I started doing on a previous server was just actually following the curve of the land. So let's see. I think this is all at Y63. Y63. We're just going to go right across the water with a bridge here. And then probably, like, go up a mountainside here. Let's see. The vertical line is going to be along this chunk. And then I could either continue across, follow this path, and go up the mountain so you get a nice scenic view of this all around here. Continue along, go sky bridge over this. Wait. Yeah, okay, that's still Y60. Wait. That's at Y131. So we're going to go around that, because those are very tall and really cool to look at. And then probably follow this cape, bridge over, go back around here. Yeah, we're gonna go around this bay, up to the city, and then have a direct path that goes up to my Mage's Tower. So that's a general idea of what we're gonna be laying out for the actual decoration for this railroad. And again, initially this is gonna be not decorated. We're just cutting that path. So the ugly part starts, and then the fun part's after. Okay, we got a lot of stone here, thankfully, because I'm gonna need it. And I'm not. Let's see. Let's shapeless, please. Thank you. Get rid of all that. Yeah? Get out of here. Scoot. You too? Oh, you're... Okay, I see. Yeah, no, that's valid. Sorry. That goose is... Could you chill? Is frustrated that I used splash fire damage in the area.
Peace was never an option. Goodbye, Goose. No, wrong. Alright. You, scoot. 3x3. I very purposely did this so this wouldn't happen, and then I did the thing. Now I have to put back 64 blocks of dirt, because that's how many it mines. The max value that it'll let you affect with Ultimine is 64 blocks, so I have to put all this back. Remember, kids, if a creeper explodes, you fill in that hole. If you explode, you still fill in that hole. Okay. Following this path I was trying to create. Alright. It's the grass blocks. That's why it's giving me an issue. Last and damnation. Kill. Okay. 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 And we got this nice little island here. We put some cute lanterns and stuff up. Maybe even like, I don't know, if I actually put a station here, have it so that like the train winds up and around, like goes up to a spot so you can see the giant tree and the castle in the distance and the giant iron mill. That'd be a fun little thing. I don't know. Ideas. Things that I have ideas for. So now, let's see, we're gonna do dirt. We're gonna do dirt that is going to later probably be replaced by either glass or more likely stone. Fun fact, you can actually go a layer lower. We'll do that later. Okay, next, tree, out of the way. Plants. Plant, 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 plant. Thank you. So, yeah, let's just double checking. Make certain I'm not full of it. That won't work. Even at power, that'll slow down. Okay. I know that I've done it before, though. Do I have another? Okay. Yeah, I need none of those. I need the dirt more than the cobblestone, to be honest. Okay. Alright, everybody. Time to look down. I'm gonna look down and think about things for a minute. Just listen to that lovely, peaceful music. Yeah? This is what Minecraft's all about, right? We're totally crafting inside of a mine. This is a place where you mine things. And then you craft. Bark. Look, people told me it'd be entertaining to watch me build. This is the kind of things I like to build. It's not... I don't know why people like this. I'm just watching my map as I slowly drift north, walking sideways. I guess I could do this in a slightly more entertaining manner. Yeah. It's therapeutic. I suppose so. Oh, we already made it to the other shore. Very nice. Ooh. Okay, this is absolutely gorgeous. I'm looking forward to having the train tracks go up this. Speaking of, let's see. Wow. The waystones are so nice, and they're instantaneous, and they're very fun for getting someplace quickly. Like, they've taken away a lot of the stress of, oh no, I died in whatever place. Somebody else can be like, oh, let me just waystone over to the nearest spot. I'll run over there. You can teleport to me. Like, that has made it so much less stressful when it comes to, like, losing my bags. Because, like, I love bags in this game. If you hadn't noticed, I'm only using like the lowest level bags because I haven't yet made my infrastructure. Wow, that was all of my train tracks already. I haven't made any infrastructure for like actually crafting materials yet. I can't just generate iron. But I know that it's possible on this server. Oh, whoops. I guess that works. Let's see. Now, I need to get lumber. I should probably just steal some jacaranda and then replant it. It's going to be the easiest way to go about this. Shapeless. Hopefully that got all the way up to the top. Toss this occasional. Toss the oak too. There we go. A singular moss block. I wonder who put that there. Okay, we got problems up above here. Nope, that is not what I wanted to do. There we go. Jacaranda. Very messy tree, but it makes so much lumber all at once. It's very useful. There we go. And with Ultimine, like, it really defeats a lot of the stress of, like, inconsistent lumps of floating tree mass in the air. Because I can just be like, yeah, target all that at once. And it does so, up to 64 blocks. You miss out on some of the ones like this, they're like purely separated, and that's the only thing sustaining that little, I don't know, tree wart. Okay. Looks like that's the last of the ones that are connected here. Oh, come on! Okay. Oh, that's an interesting test. Even with the, baffle in place, it still made enough noise across the mic there. Limit testing. Okay. Well, let's put some of this lumber away. Flap, flap, flap. Flap, flap, flap. Flap, 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 flap. Flap, 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 flap. Because I need lumber. I'm going to need lumber. I need way more lumber than I've had. Oh, hey. Time for fried rice. I'm going to continue needing lumber. I also need to fill these in. I got into a fight during a blood moon with a bunch of creepers that spawned all out here at once. And it looks like the battlefield around a castle, you know, cannon fire and all that, but not really the aesthetic I'm going for here. Whatever. There's one hole underneath there. I don't really care that much.
Because given a couple weeks, I will forget that it's there. Or I won't, because for some reason, my linear mapping of things in Minecraft seems to actually stay. Can't remember where the dentist's office is. Can probably tell you where to find the nearest iron vein, though. Don't know why my brain's this way. But the fact is, if you were to stick me in an actual mining environment, it would still work the same way. Like, we've proven this with outdoorsy stuff, with me just out and about, nowhere near any major, like, artificial landmarks. For some reason, it doesn't affect me. I'm able to just navigate. We only have a few of these left. We'll just put them in the thing. Let's see here, I'm gonna need crafting table. But all that iron. So we're just doing the basic. Speaking of. Oh, it's over here. Keep forgetting to make bags. That was your issue on the other server too. I ended up making most of everybody's bags. Oh, okay. Oh. Putting that away. Don't really need these ladders right now. Singular oak log. No, thank you. This. This. Love the way those look. Yep, yeah. Do it. Just give me all of those. Throw sticks everywhere. So many sticks. Okay. Next up, is it 2 rails down the sides and a single stick? Yep. Alright. Oh. What did I just make? Something got weird there. I've upset the machine gods. Okay. Let's grab some more of these sticks. Put some of these away. Ah, okay. Wow. Don't ask about where this music comes from. Don't even think about it. Just let it be. Okay. Cool. I think I finally have enough rails. Maybe. I don't know. Okay. Is that all of them? Did I get them all? No, not quite. Close. I guess we can put some sticks away. Grab that. Grab these. Sure. The rest of this is going to get used as usual. Okay. Continuing. We'll start from over on this side. Also, I think I now officially swim faster than I run. I could be wrong, but I think. Alright. I didn't quite mean to swim that far. I just didn't see the rail there. It seems like it's about the same. And I'm gonna have to go back through here again in a while and do, what is it, like every 16 cells or 15 cells you put in redstone? Oh yeah, that's Ryan Gosling.
You know what also sucks about this is, like, as I go through and do all this, I'm gonna have to redo it when I take all the dirt out. Like, all this rail is gonna come right back down. But I want to get it in place because it's a lot easier to program all of it while it's already in place. You can take down chunks of it afterward. This feels good, though. This feels like I actually got something productive done here. How is it that we're missing these? Like, I get it on the full run going one direction, but the other direction... Oh. Okay. That's better. How many times are you folks going to see this area as I run back and forth? To be honest, we're clearing distance so much faster than I expected to, but part of that is because I've done this a few times now on a few different servers. I'm getting good at it. I like programming trains in Minecraft. Hit one of those special combo things of special interests. Over stream elements, but not Twitch chat. That's a good question. I'm actually not sure why Stream Elements supports that, the 7TV emotes, but it do. Betty Butter bought some butter. This butter's for bitter. So for something this butter. Make my better. Betty Butter bought some butter. Symmetry. Get out of my flower garden train ride. It's my magical mystery tour. I do like naturalistic formations. No. But there's also a certain amount of not having it feel crowded when you're riding the train, and this is where we're getting into like some of the really weird aesthetics of me, like having opinions about how a train ride should be. I've never been on a train in the physical layer. Like, I've been around a lot of trains. I've been on like parked trains that no longer work because they've been retired or turned into like diner cars or whatever. But I've never ridden on a passenger train. All of the ones, well, I've ridden on light rail now, but like all of the ones that were actual like Union Pacific, Burlington, Northern Santa Fe, the oh god, I'm listening to myself. I'm like, wow, I do have special interest. There's no passenger lines that run from the places that I was forced to grow up. Which is strange because freight lines still do run in those places, consistently even. As in all the coal and like anything that's running on a tanker that isn't on a tanker truck, it has to get somewhere somehow, and rail is usually the way that's done. Hi. an idea is had, but it will take a second for me to get it figured out in my head. Because we are hitting the point where, yeah, this is the actual breakaway. Let's climb the rest of this mountain just to see how high it goes up. I am curious. Because we want to take kind of a high ridge, but not necessarily the highest point. You kind of want to have a sense of a wall next to you. Makes things feel more stable. And again, more comfortable. Don't ask me why I know this. Don't ask me why my brain works this way. Blue enchanted leaves. We planted a lot more. Oh wait, no, this is where we actually found some of those originally. Okay. God, I love the way this place looks. It's so mystical. So it looks like we have hit the ridge point too, right about here. So now we get to start not having a straight railroad line and get curvy with it. I'm excited. Are you folks excited? Alright. So from here, probably going to go up and over this way. Yes, hello. Please just... I'm busy. Thank you. Really? Right now? I'm eating. Eating fried rice. Choose another time. Really? Oh, okay. Yeah? You suck. I'm gonna go over here real quick. Oh, I was hoping I could get the acceleration distance on there. How well can I do this on a single pixel? So this game normally doesn't allow you to do like wacky trichord physics beyond the usual, like, what is it, 1.7x speed from walking in more than one vector at once. But spacebar, please. But you can, with the physics pack that they've installed on here, trichord at an accelerating curve. So if you hit the correct curve and you manage to swing like this kind of motion while you're moving, you can get wild arcs, and it's how I've managed to like clear whole chunks way too quickly. Okay, I could be setting torches out there, but let's see. Powered rail. And those redstone torches. I also should have saved any iron whatsoever. Wait. Yeah. Any iron whatsoever. Well, I guess I'll go get some more iron. There's somebody on the server who has already created an iron generator, which I'm very, very thankful of. Thank you, Philson. It is why I'm able to undertake this project right here, right now, without going about the process of making my own generator. This thing is nuts. I feel like I'm actually at an aquifer. Like, good job. This is really good structural work. I have no idea what is happening over here. Okay, somewhere... Yeah, here it is. We need this. Actually, let's see. We need a lot of this. Come on, magnet, pick it up. Let's go. Thank you. Yeah? Cool. Who needs storage? Just keep a magnet on you. We're gonna go swimming with some iron real quick. This is... Okay, it's still working. I'm like worried that I'm gonna lose it, but no, this will work. Oh. Okay. Wait. What is it? Ah, there it is. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, cool. I don't think I needed that many. They are useful though, and I've been needing to have them for a minute. Also... Okay. Next. Maybe. Do I have another chest? I do. Good. Needed for the trash items. Ah! Yeah, I don't want those. Single iron. Cool. Handy. Sticks? Sure. I need sticks. But I need the gold first. And the redstone torches. And whatever I'm going to be using. So I guess slabs for now. Ugh. It's going to look so bad, but it'll work for now. Okay. We're gonna have that much iron. What is, let's see, powered? Oh, wow, okay. Okay. Oh. Love this part. Love it when the game goes. Will this work? No. Thinking. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Get a feel for it. Yeah, you know what? Just go all the way up. Power that whole thing. Both directions. Yeah, sure. It's gonna go either direction. There might not be enough power in some cases. Power the whole thing. I am so glad you folks have become acclimated to hearing more than one person. Oh, this one is up. You might wonder why I'm powering all three of these on here. It's because sometimes a cart will just get stuck if you only power the diagonal or only power the single panel in front of it. So by having all three, regardless of whether it's going up or down, it will receive power on these. Unfortunately, there's a limit to how much a single redstone torch can send a signal for, and so I'm having to put in spaces in between. And thankfully, this also saves me a lot on gold. And while I found a lot of gold and I have a lot stored, I would rather not completely destroy all of my gold resources for this project. Actually, from here we can just go back to single. Okay. What a weird
Why does it do that? This, it's gonna be here, here. We're just gonna go. Oh no! Okay. Ugh, the sandstone is bound to me, but not. There we go. Okay. See, and I can't just do a shapeless on this. It'll destroy the entire rail all the way down. Ugh. Alright, how many is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is going to require 2 redstone signals. Okay. A little bit more. I'm going to have to destroy a few things here. Okay. We have already destroyed cropland. So we'll do so again right here. This gets to be powered by this. These go all the way to there. Powered. Good. Here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we can put another right there. If only. So now I can just... Okay. I would like to put a... No? Unpowered. But if I were to go... Bop. Bop. That is now. Okay. You are being replaced. Get some extra speed boost going here. I really like having the redstone torches as part of the motif for this place. So you have 2 spaces, 2 spaces, so these will both be right here, and in the corner. Yeah, the redstone just looks good with this. Okay, and this little mess. Out of curiosity, okay, I can't do that. Game won't let me perform that crime. It was an idea. Thanks, Hopper, for stealing that track. I totally wanted that. Bye. Damn. Okay. Do I want to stop her? And if so, it would be here or here. For now. I stick a minecart there. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. I have too many things. Too many things. Okay, if I bounce off this, what happens? Okay, good. The beginning. The beginning of the rail. And we slam into the water. Okay. So wait a sec. Did water completely... Oh, there's no power to the signal. Got it. Yes, yes, yes. Come here. Good. Bop. And then bop. How much did that...
Not that bad. So already almost out of power now. How far does that signal go? To there. And then it drops power. So I'm gonna want this here. This here. Uh-huh. Thinking. 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 Let's see here. I can send a redstone signal through stone. I have to think of how that gets done. I can create a hollow block here that houses a redstone signal. I could also just put redstone down. Like a redstone cube. I think I have a few of those, and that would also resolve this. But I'm looking for low-tech solutions right now. At the very least, I could... because it's on a corner, that's very hard. Because it's either going to want to deliver this direction, but not... Or will it do both? Okay, well, let's try. I need to make a door. And I don't have any lumber, so I have to go grab some real quick. Oh, it's nighttime. Would you look at that? Ow. Nope, no lumber there. Moved so many boxes recently. Door. I was like, what was I making? I already forgot. I hate this. I hate... Why? Why is my brain like this? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 18, 9. HSP joint. Okay, go over here. What do we got? Go away. Okay, going. This is one of the weirder things you can do. I guess I didn't need to put that there. Put this here. How are we on? Like, while I'm at it, I may as well go look. I have a bunch of gold over here. Or at least, somewhere amidst the piles of things here, I have gold. Come with. Come with. Come on. Thank you. I hate that I have to summon my loot. Like, come with me. Come on. You know you wanna. Come on. Come on. Come on. We got more gold here. In fact, hey, no, put that there. Wait a sec. There we go. Something ain't right here. We got golden eggs. Not gonna bother with those. And I mean that's gonna be a minute. But we do need the gold. We need a lot of gold for this. That's why I've been storing it up for a minute, because I knew this would be a project that I would end up undertaking. Here we go. Come on. Come on. Actually, I should check down here too while we're at it.
Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. That's bronze. Do we have gold over here? Gold particulate. Grab more of these. Good. Put these away, I suppose, and open this. Okay, that's all the gold. Good. Whoa. Strobe mode. Not even sure why it was doing that. We sleep. So for those who don't know, I've been working on this railway in my head for like a week. Trying to get my things in order to do so many different projects at once, but like this is one of the ones that's going to make a difference on speeding up other projects for later. Okay. Redstone. I was supposed to look for redstone there. Well, that'll suffice for what I'm doing here. Okay, so for the purpose of me wanting to see if I can do the thing, I'm going to attempt to make the low-tech solution. If that doesn't work, I do know that the redstone block will just automatically power anything that's around it. But in order to do that, I needed to put a door here so I could interrupt the water flow. And if we do, I think it's gonna be like that will power? No. That will power? No. That will power? No. Huh? Oh, it has to be one step lower. Okay. Yep. Get that out of here. So, power here. No? Well, now I'm just confused. Where? No? Well, what? Huh? You know, I thought I understood redstone a little bit better than this. I guess I don't. Okay. Well, alright. Next solution. A brick. No? A brick? No. And then we put one of these here. And these are just on now. And I don't even need the rest of this. Like, I can just... shapeless. Knock out the cobblestone. Cool. Kind of floats ominously here. Okay, and then this begins again with the silliness. So I could, if I wanted to be really weird about this, wait, where did I put all that glass? I know I didn't use it all. Oh no. Nope, I have no idea where I put my blocks. Cool. I guess I'll take that. And we'll start putting these along this route too. Back. This won't be quite so halting later, but right now I'm delivering the minecart to an unpowered block, so it's gonna be a little temperamental. I forgot that's a thing. I used to have a 2-minute warning timer on one of the rails that I made on the other server because it took 10 minutes, and we counted it. It took 10 minutes to get from point A to point B. You could actually take a smoke break while riding my railway. It was kind of fun. Oh no. Okay, now we're rolling the correct direction. Okay. Right? So there was a set of bricks where you would get to like within the 1 minute mark, and it'd be like there'd be 3 bricks, so it'd slap, slap, slap as you're hitting them at top speed. Just as a heads up. And it would do no damage if you're wearing armor. It would absolutely destroy you if you weren't wearing any armor. Okay, here's my glass. Which is good. I needed that. How are we doing on the rest of the stuff here? Yeah. And I hadn't actually put any of the powered rail here yet. Okay. So let's ride this back over here. It's funny because, like, taking the jumpy boots is honestly a lot faster than this, but I don't have to have my hands on the keyboard or mouse while I'm doing this. Like, I can sit back, I can have a drink of slap. And, yeah, just enjoy the scenery going by. I can even look around, like, it's one of the things I really enjoy about the trains in this. It's like, there's a real sense of you're actually going somewhere. Oh, here we go. This How will this behave? Okay, that's gonna stop this here. Bye! I guess I'll leave that alone for the moment. Okay, we want to... I want symmetry in the things that I'm doing. I'm also going to want to be using the chiseled stone bricks for a lot of this again. And I suppose I could perform crimes, physics crimes in this game. I think. So that temporarily alters the water sources. Okay, until I get that top source, it's not gonna matter. But fun and funny idea. Funny joke. Alright, we got. Love this, but gotta go. We'll have more grass on the outside of this little roller coaster ride later. Right now, I just want to get it cut. Yeah, you can stay there. You seem handy. Okay. When I did this before, I did it without the magic of a breathing apparatus. This feels like cheat code, to be honest. Okay, now we need a bunch of gravel, which to get that, I think I'm going to actually acquire this from elsewhere. We're almost done with some of this initial... Let's see. I could also just do this with dirt, I suppose. Let's do it with sand. Well, sand or gravel, but I'm sorry. I'll fix you later. Apologize to your crops. Regularly. Be shameful to your crops. So you put this corn away. And what am I doing? Gravel. Rabble, 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 rabble. Let's actually sleep for the night. Need more sand. That's an absolute certain. Okay, put that away. Put that away. That'll come in handy later. Well, we'll need that now. Okay. Sleep. Where are we going? To the beach. I don't want to destroy the landscape around the Lost Temple. Well, we got that little village, actually. Hey there. We are way out here. No way. Is that a dungeon entrance I detect? Oh, are you just a bridge? Okay, that's really cool. Don't often see those. There's that. Someday I will finish exploring that place. For now, I have other things to do. Shapeless. Note to self, do this without looting turned on. If your looting turned on, you'll end up with way more flint you don't want. Okay, honestly, that's enough gravel. Let's see if we can find some sand. Okay. Okay. Good. We need lots of sand. We really do, like, so much more than I have. And I've been storing it for a minute. Okay, we've hit max cap on body. Okay. Now where? That's a few stacks. That's a few. That's the problem, is that's just a few. Let's climb something and jump. Oh, what's this? Another village? Another village, you say? Was I just seeing things? No, there really is another village. Oh, what do we have here? Is this one of those little pumpkin villages? This is one of those little pumpkin villages! Yeah, with the weird pumpkin people that live in their beds underground, and everything here is pumpkin themed. Pumpkins and mushrooms. So are the people still here? Didn't you see these before? Let me see if I can find one. They're like villagers, but they're weird little jack-o'-lantern people. Yeah, hey bud. Hi. You are terrifying. You have like eggs for eyes. But there's just a whole bunch of you. Whole village. Hey guys. Do you have a waypoint? Everything here is pumpkins. Pumpkin, pumpkin pie, the study of pumpkins. For a second I thought that was in that box. I'm like, whoa. Is there a waystone in one of these boxes? I could use that. Could use many more waystones. And the point of this is for me to climb something so I could jump and get my jumpies. Nothing of great use. Okay. There it is. Okay. I don't know if you folks noticed the flight path I just took there. A little broken. Just a little. Oh, we got another... Okay, this is a human village. Or villager village. Cool. There's just... all sorts of stuff right over here. All around that lost temple. And some soul fire for free. Interesting. Well, that means there's soul sand there. I don't want soul sand right now. It would be funny, though. It would be funny to launch a minecart with soul sand water. I wonder if that actually works. Okay. Well, where's the next water? Down that way? Oh, that's all sand right there. That's an entire beach, though. I don't want to destroy an overland. We'll do underwater instead. So, to the south, let's go. Oh, no. I lost my height. Oh, I'll use this instead. It's amazing what just 5 blocks of jump height will do for you. Here we go. It begins. The zoom. Are you ready? Naruto run across the prairie. Oh no. Now, what did I find over here? Nothing rendered correctly. What is that? What is that? Is it a goat? Oh no. Whoa, 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 whoa. Game? We good? What is this? Why is it so... Whoa. What is that? That's just crimsite. Okay. That we found. And that's all sunflowers, it looks like. A singular block floating above the prairie. And a very different... There must be, that other type of grass. I'm so far away from where I wanted to be, though.
I wanted to be over there. We got lava over here. That's a problem. Please! Just let me zoom! There we go. Hey, the water we were looking for. We got sand. Oh, we got deep, deep. What's in the deep, deep? A lot of stuff I don't really need. Okay, back up to dirt level. That's where we're going to find the gravel and sand. Hey! Alright. Also, 4 hours, 20 minutes into the stream. Cheers, folks. Also sounds like I hit maximum capacity. I'm not hearing the pickup noises on the sand. Okay, what appears to be it for that. We'll grab a little bit more here, and I think that'll be good, because that's, what, 2 bags? Like, it's not enough. I'll tell you that, it is not enough. But it's enough to get me started. I'll find more sand along the way as I go. In fact, I can probably dig more sand from under the ocean as I go. What are you? You're very pretty. I love all the different birds in this. Spacebar stuck again. There we go. No! Okay, okay, okay. Let me out. We'll just take the portal out of here. A lot of too high. It's so long. I am thankful for these boots. Actually, I don't even think it's the boots. I think it's the, I have Cloud in a Jar. I do Cloud in a Jar and boots, I go even more hoppy. But I lose the running speed bonus that I'm currently really enjoying. It gives me the infinite acceleration error. Okay. Back to temple entrance. So that puts me just outside. Ah, I need an A4 glass. Auto forge. Sorry? Okay. Grab all this glass. There you go. Yeah. How much gravel does it? Oh, that's plenty. Yeah, we'll be fine. Let me go. I got things to do.
I got places to go. Crunch. Okay. So for this. In fact, we can even. We're going to use this. Hey, all of you. Hey, 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 hey. Yep. Okay. At least I hope this all can stay in place. Oh, didn't mean to go that direction with that, but it'll work. Okay, got that side. Poor squid, you're just not gonna make it. But you're the one that chose to swim inside my little. Oh, I should have. You know what? I've got enough. I don't need to do the durability damage to myself with the silk touch pickaxe. I can do this without. And just to be stylish. Let's see. Okay, is that fully enclosed? Down to a certain level. I hate when the 3D effect of the glass like actually does the thing as glass and becomes transparent, and I have trouble differentiating walls. Way too real for the girl with synesthesia. Okay. And then that puts this strange bubble front on this wall that I... Okay. Sorry, folks that have issues with the sound of breaking glass. That looks a lot more durable. How's this looking? Okay. Okay. Do I have any chests? Yes. Thank you, body, for the random bout of nausea that I didn't ask for. Okay, put one of these there, one of these there. And the rest. Okay. Now I feel less anxious about having glass disappear. Okay.
I might need to recut the path. I hope I don't, but it's looking like that's... Okay, could you not with the glass? That was just rude. Where did that even go? Okay. Wise guy. Wise guy. Why are we saving... How did I save a screenshot? I don't even know. Wait. Oh, they're falling too far. I see. That is also a thing that happens. What a strange... Because that doesn't... I guess we'll see how it behaves in a minute. My understanding is that doesn't actually destroy the source block, so I'm gonna have a problem here in a moment. Okay. This is where I would want to use a bucket. Thanks, game, for making me worry that things aren't working right. You, out. Over there. That's really not what I wanted, but okay. Okay. What a weird... thing. Oh, okay. So now I have to drop a bunch of gravel from the rest of these spots. The magnet of glass. Yeah, don't your magnets pick up glass? I thought that's just a normal thing in Australia. Nice. 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 Okay. How did I do these? I see. Very nice. Okay. It is really funny to me how effective using gravel for displacing source block the water is. Again, it feels a little bit like cheat codes because Snorkel. Really enjoying it though, thoroughly, truly. Okay. Okay. We're actually at a point now where I can be like, what? Oh, wait, no! Wrong button. Although it does answer the question for me, did I fill all this? The answer is no. Where is that? Where's that coming from? Oh, that's just outright a hole right there. Okay, well. Is there supposed to be? Supposed to be... Yeah. I'm pretty sure I messed up the symmetry just now. I don't really care. Okay. You and you. Where? What? Huh? Oh, I never... Okay. Almost done. With this part of this little project. Okay. That cleans up a lot of that. Get rid of that. Looks like we missed the bottom layer on all of these. Okay. Now I can see where this gets a little claustrophobic, so it's like right in your face. Okay. Such a weird view too. Hopefully it'll be okay on the train. Alright. More gravel time. Who here's sick of gravel? What a strange way for this act. I don't know why it's doing this. Okay. Is that the end? Alright. Looking promising. Oh, chests don't block water. Huh. For now, that'll just have to do. In fact, let's see. Now they're actually in stone, I can go ahead and put that chest back right here. There we go. Yeah, a bunch of stuff there I don't need. Wait, what? Oh, right, okay. You. No, that is not what I hit. Weird. So very, very weird. Alright. I apparently need more redstone, but for this little project, this will at least get us all the way there. Time to enjoy the ride. We're going to go back, and then we'll go forward. Let's see. And zero intervention on my part. I get to just kind of hang out, and enjoy the ride. No, not too low for the glass there. Seems to run just fine. Obviously, this isn't like remotely done, but this is a lot of progress for distance at least. Okay, that is... Wait, why are we still rolling? Minecraft? Yo, game? Hey, Dan, is our physics engine supposed to do this? I don't know if you noticed. That was like 64. That was more than that. How many chunks was that? That was this entire distance. Like 10 chunks, unpowered. How? I didn't know that was an option. Oh, bye. Okay. Of course. Alright. Okay. I still need redstone though. Now, where did I store all that? It's probably in the castle actually, which this track goes through. I have access to that. Oh, that's so fun. Okay. Well, let's see. Another one of these here, I guess. I can't believe that provides so much power. Like, how much silliness can I get away with on just a single redstone? That's not the way this normally behaves. Oh, hello? Okay, this is... No! You were going to be a problem. Let's see. I've got. I forgot arrows because I threw them out, didn't I? Probably did. Where is the creeper? Yeah, there you are. Come over here. Come on. I'm messing with you. Get out of here. Okay. That's not where that goes either. Okay. Next, we throw a bunch of things on the ground. So yeah, if I put this on the ground down here, can I go up this hill? How far will this go on its own? Especially because like we're doing some physics testing. I'm very curious about this. So me not touching anything, it's doing this on its own. Can we go up this hill? Ooh. I gotta say that like that is promising for some other stuff that I can mess with later and like really save on the overall amount of redstone being used. Hello. Do you mind? I'm busy here. I was having a conversation. Love the little overhangs. They feel good. Okay, so yeah, it looks like I can go way further with way less than I thought. Previously, like I was saying, it's roughly every 8 to 16, depending on the physics and like what you're going through. If you're driving on water, still water, low water, just I don't know. I'm wondering if this is the quake physics thing that allows me to do the tricord strafing, or if this is because of like the runner's boots, so the artifacts that I have. Like we're obviously still picking up speed, but like we didn't lose a lot of speed with that other setup. This is just more consistent. Slap. Oh, that was where I needed to go. Bye. This is my stop. Oh, hey, look, redstone. Wait, no, that's rubies. Ugh. Okay. Redstone? Huh. Swap some gravel for some redstone. Cool. And if we go... Okay, that's actually redstone. Shapeless on. Thank you. How much is that? 27. 60. My little elevators. Ah, here we go. Nope. Looks like I raided my own thing. So I've never been down here since I've had the night vision goggles on. Oh, somebody died down here. Previously, I did all this. Could we stop throwing it when I'd Anyway, this is normally what it looks like down here. And I like the ominous cavern look. I love how... Are we good? Why are we crunching? Okay, I think it's just rendering new things for the first time in a while. Oh, cool. But like actually seeing everything lit up down here is wild. Who is this Echo? Poor thing. Where do I have... So I have chests stored kind of everywhere around here. Killing your sleep's good. Yeah, have a good one. Please Please don't kill your sleep schedule to hang out here. I do appreciate you spending your time with us. Get good rest. Okay, honestly, that's a lot of redstone knowing how little I actually need. And thank you for the stretch. Super appreciate it. Because I could use the reminder from time to time when I've been just sitting here crafting and mining and minecrafting. Let's see, we get some gold. More bauxite. Awoo! I need to fix my awoo emote. She's cute, but she's not unique enough for my taste. Okay, do I have... I do. I do have a route lower, don't I? Don't I? Yeah. I just gotta... Okay. Yoink. Nice. Oh, that's right here. Okay. That. That. And that. Whoa. Iridite. That stuff is cool looking. Oh, right. There's a catacombs directly underneath our city. I forgot about that. And it can... A bone to pick. A bone to pick. Enter a fortress of the undead. Wait. So there's a completely different catacombs here? Who? Okay, somebody else was already down here. Very interesting. That's a dead spawner? Broken spawner. Okay. So yeah, what's in here? Hello? Let me through. Infinity bow. Don't really need that. And the amount of gold that we're looking at here is negligible. Oh, that silk touch. That's silk touch, though. I just realized cobblestone might not be capable of generating, or not generating, but transmitting a redstone signal. And the issue may not have been procedural for location, but instead methodology with wrong materials. We have a bit of redstone here. So let's do this redstone wire in this. What happened here? Channeling loyalty. If I wanted to do a trident build, this would be nice. Arrow of harming. Yeah, somebody obviously came through here and killed all the spawners, which I kind of appreciate that I'm able to just kind of like wander around and look at. Increases soul and frost spell damage you deal. Oh. I don't really need either of those either. But I appreciate getting to explore like the architecture of the people that designed this. It's fun. Also, I'm having like major allergy issues, so that's fun. Where does this tunnel go? Nowhere. Oh, one more chest. Infinity again. Range and Soul Reaper. Don't need those. I see. That's down to bedrock. Okay.
See, that's one of the fun advantages of everybody digging down to bedrock is you all kind of meet up with each other again and have like a whole second layer of interaction with each other. Oh, that's a lot of redstone. Very nice. We're gonna take the soul elevator up. Yeah. Feels good. Making progress. Getting places. Let's go, little redstones. Now, wait a second. Is my elevator... I guess it doesn't go all the way down. I thought it did. But apparently, that's the bottom of it right there. Alright. There we go. We've arrived at our destination. This is still a work in progress. Game? What? My bed's there. My bed's there. It identifies my bed as being there. Where's my bed? How strange. How bizarre. How bizarre. I actually needed that. Down for now. There we go. Where did that one? Okay. Do we have more here? More torches at least. HSP is so sweet. Trying to make certain everybody has access to it. Okay. I can teleport there and teleport back. Gosh, TPA. Alright. Cool. Now that I'm actually holding all the things, I can just teleport back. Okay. Wow. Nice. I have no idea where we are. Dungeon catacombs, pirate ship, the fortress, underground factory. Oh, so we are in the nether farm right now. We're just in a new spot. Okay. Trash can. Nice. Okay. And back to my enchanting table. Okay. I wonder where that minecart went. Because it... Yeah, it is on an eternally looping, reversing schedule now. That's funny to me. Wait a sec.
made all those mine carts and then left them all behind. Should also take a bed with me. We get on our silly little minecart and we zoom. It's interesting when the camera decides to just like teleport through the wall sometimes. Okay. Oh. Hmm. Oh, okay. I guess that was just the server. Now this is an interesting test too. With the other physics engine, this would have completely stopped the minecart. I'm curious if upon striking power, is this going to cause one to bounce off the other? Okay. Apparently we're just both powered now. This is a transport train? Wow, that went all the way up. That's awesome. Ah, that's half the distance. Less than half the distance, but we also had to acquire a lot of materials on the way. And most of this from this point on is going to be overland, so it's kind of like lane track. But it's funny because like this is, if I were to be spending time off the air, this is probably what I'd be doing right now anyways. So, I mean, I'm glad you folks are entertained by it. Let's see. Let's go ahead and stick some more power in a few spots here. It is. It's super chill. This has been actually very cozy. And I know that I keep like adding more here, but it's like I do want this to be a relatively high speed transit, not just like crawling along. Okay, so let's go around here. We'll go down. Yeah, sure, whatever. I just had to make a new minecart because I couldn't find them. And there they are. Go figure. And hey, some extra redstone too. Handy. Pink bag. I need to remind myself, pink bag. Okay. Bop, 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 bop. What? No. I'm gonna have to thank Jimmy again for including the new physics thing that drives everybody else insane, but it appears to be making me very happy just on a consistent basis. I'm sorry, everyone else. Let's see. Could go up this way. Yeah, let's climb this like a roller coaster. Oh, can't do it that way. Can do it this way though. Actually, maybe this one. Oh, I hate this, but it will work. It's just, ugh. Let's see. Power. Yeah, if we're going to go in a linear direction, let's just power the whole thing. I know we don't have a whole lot of redstone track, but you know. Okay, and same goes for this. One torch here. You are a pirate. Now I have to cut something down and make a crafting bench. Jungle leaves. Is that considered a jungle tree? I suppose so. I'm not sure. Don't need as much gravel as we've had. 5 stacks of gravel's a lot. Okay. More redstone. More redstone. No rail. Put this away now. Toss the planks in the jacaranda. Put this glass away. And we're gonna need lumber. You know, I'm gonna go to my castle. I ain't dealing with this. Okay. Well, I guess it's up that hill at least. But yeah, I ain't dealing with the blood moon. You can't sleep during a blood moon. It doesn't make the day go by any faster. Sometimes for some reason it seems to work, but not always. I don't entirely understand that either. Good night, Busta. Have a lovely evening. Wow, that is a hell of a distance to travel on flat. Lap. Look, it might not be entertaining to you folks, but it's a little things in life. Podcast has left the game. Voluntary exile. Oh, HSB. Setting the pillagers. Also, did it almost get to daybreak in the time that it took for me to ride my train? Because if we're hitting those kinds of times, that in itself is very entertaining to me. Oh no. Hello. Okay, goodbye minecart. Have a nice trip. See you later. Oh, not quite, but definitely noticeably like long duration on those. That's fun. Okay. Never said anything. Powerful magic. Hmm. I guess this gives me a moment to. Well, did I just. Okay. It gives me a moment to throw some stuff into the seed mill. And I was trying to craft. Yeah. Okay. About there, that there, and then. Hmm. Okay, that's all the powered rail. Oh. Gold side. Huh. Interesting. Raw gold. Out there. How's our fuel? Doing good on fuel. What if I try to sleep? Yeah. No. Mm-mm. Okay. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Nope, no sleepies yet. But that does give us an opportunity to continue carving this little trail. Ooh, so fun. Dirt wall. It's just not quite the same when you're doing this in the first person, though. Like, yeah, it's nice. Neat.
Splat. Gotta high five the roof. That tree, though. That's so cool watching that as I ride by. Love it. Also, Dan, thank you so much for changing the category because I completely missed it this one. The beginning of all this, so what? Oh, tridents. Got it. Right, this might prove to be really not fun because of the blood moon, which is still only halfway done. But we have to test this both directions. That's the point of rail, right? Oh, hey, we hit our first snag. No, 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 no. No! No, no, no. No! So many enemies. Okay. Are you done? Are you done? Can we please stop? Thank you. You know, you two. You two? Go on. Thank you. Okay. You know, it might not be a bad idea to stay underwater for the moment. Go, 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 go. Come on, please, go. I need it. I just need to know if it'll go. Thank you. Okay. Let's go. No, it's through a tree. You know, we're gonna go through a tree. It sounds fun. Ow. You're terrible. I dislike you. I would prefer if you weren't near me. Why? Was that necessary? We're just gonna power all the way up the hill. Hey. Okay. Mm-hmm. What are you? Oh, you go. Thank you. Oh no.
Oh no. I have very much fallen. Okay. Ugh. Wait, I just saw a boss show up. Aha! Hello. Hi. Whee! Do it again. Heater draining, drowning, ender cloaked, undying. What? Diamond sword with smite 5. Interesting loot. Hmm. Okay. So I keep falling that tree. Okay, this mushroom I think is going to suffer, unfortunately. Blood moon sets, the undead begin to burn. Hi. Hello. Oh, jaw go pop. And it hurt a lot. Whew. Ah, yes, let's stick sticks to things. This is exactly what I wanted to do. Game, WTF. You! Leave me alone! Ah! Okay. Okay. I would need 2. I could just use this. Yep. Mhm. We are still climbing here. Where is the top? This is the top. Okay. So next we have, let's see, in that. And then from here, this is where I'm going to want to use. Okay, first of all, this tree goes. Goodbye. And this tree goes. Probably also this one. Okay. Next up. You got that canopy though. Okay, we'll go along this way. Do we want to use glass? Glass would be funny. I think we'll hold off on that though. Wooden slabs might not be a bad idea either though. An impenetrable port. Okay, have I been picking up jungle log? I believe so. Yep. Start off with this. Keep it clean, all that up. I just noticed music is like completely gone. I can hear other things around me, and that tells me that like audio didn't die, but a little disturbing, distressing. Not entirely sure how to say that the best. Okay, we want team. Hello, random dude. Yep. We're eventually going to hit a point where we will need that gravel again, so we can't just abandon it. Okay. We have oak slabs for the beginnings of our rail stem. A bamboo creeper? That is. Those things are so weird. Okay. I think, honestly, no, no, I don't want that. Oh, it's even worse. Don't do that. Yeah, we going this way. No. Okay, I guess I should drop this a little. Well, no, no, this overhang, you gone. Bye. Yeah, we want a skyway kind of view here. It's going to be difficult to get up and down to, but you've also got all the canopy here. Okay. No. 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 Okay. I think this gives me an idea of where I want to go with this. For now, since I've been kind of going nuts on camera for a while, I think I think we'll call this for tonight's stream, and we'll pick up something else tomorrow. uh, Here, let's. Oh, the Minecraft music wasn't even what was playing before. That's why I completely forgot that. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. Blap. There we go. Heck yeah. Okay. Let's go see who's currently streaming and who we want to raid. Let's see. Yorga is currently busy. RP trials are done. Lost to discuss. Come hang out. Yeah, let's go say hi to Yorga. Yorga is a content creator currently working on making new versions of older shows that people have loved from the past, but is updating the comedy in them to match modern times. And with all the talent of the entire local community and everybody around. So, yeah. Thank you, everybody, for dropping in. Thank you to everybody that's been watching in the background and for those that are able to comment. And thank you for everybody that tunes in to check these out on the VODs. I appreciate every single one of you. Yeah, thank you for hitting that Discord link. And for those that are not yet members, feel free to drop in, say hello, and join in on the community votes. We're going to be trying to get more stuff going as the schedule builds itself out, and we're trying to theoretically get past like day-to-day scheduling and maybe move on to more like weekly or monthly so that we can actually plan for big community events such as movie nights.
Let's see. Raid, button, raid. Count yoga. Click this, and let's all do a green glow dog raid. Alright. Thank you, everybody. I will see you all again tomorrow night about 9 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. And, hey, we'll see what we're up to. Probably more Diablo side quests. See you all soon. Love you.
That little preview? Oh my god. Holy shit, 2 raids?